Доброго дня ще раз, шановні учасники. Ми раді вас вітати на четвертій міжнародній.
Good morning, dear participants. We are happy to welcome you at the fourth International Coal Conference, prepared together with several partners, Eurocoal, Cabinet Minister of Ukraine, Donetsk, Dnipro Polytechnic, Institute named after Balbekova, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, DTEK, and the NGO Astar. The topic of our conference is the coal regions in Ukraine, just transition and coal mining, Ukrainian and international experience. This year, our conference is taking place in the hybrid form, online and offline. That has helped us to have the quarantine limitations and still invite all international experts from Ukraine, Germany, UK, EU, representatives of the Ukrainian authorities and large business leaders of coal trade unions, chiefs of coal mining regions. First of all, I would like to thank all the guests who have come today, irrespective of all the quarantine limitations during the pandemic. I hope we have taken all the necessary precautions and all the recommendations of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. And we would also like to thank those who have joined us online. And for a welcome word, I would like to invite the Minister of the Development of Territories and Communities, Mr. Oleksiy Chernyshov. Mr. Chernyshov, the floor is yours. Many thanks. Good morning. Now I believe you can hear me. I'm very happy to welcome everybody at the opening of today's conference. I understand that it's the fourth attempt, both as the previous ones. I hope it will be successful. I welcome all the people present. I understand that a lot of participants are joining us online. This has become already a tradition, and I hope we will still continue to use such a way. The problem of the transformation of the coal mining remains in a stable focus of attention of the government of Ukraine and the Prime Minister in particular. It is important to note the bigger number of EU countries have also gone through coal transformations, but 10 years ago. It's a necessary but complex process in the search for integration with the EU. Coal is the very important industry in Ukraine, and it still is one of the most important aspects for all sectors of Ukraine. With this, climate changes and the environment protection have become especially actual all over the world. More and more countries are putting ambitious objectives to shorten the emissions, to phase out fossil fuel. Ukraine, in the Green Deal presented in 2019, is planning to become climate neutrality in the mid of this century. One of the main instruments to achieve these goals would be the mechanism of fair transformation of coal regions, and this is something that we will be talking about today. Ukraine is also the participant of this process. We are preparing the second internationally mentioned contribution to the Paris Agreement that will mean a significant decrease of emissions, reforming of energy sector to reach climate neutrality until 2060. I hope a lot, and I hope to everybody to be somebody who will see this date. The state of the state-owned sector definitely requires improving effectiveness, as every year we have the increased volume of subsidies to mines and decreases the effectiveness of their functioning. The amount of subsidies has reached 3 times during the last several years, from 1.6 to 5 billion, from 1.6 billion to 5 billion in the last year. So it's a sharp increase with the decrease of volume. With this capital costs are still high. The problem of the coal industry is described at the regional development. The dependency on coal industry causes problems with the employability, the quality of public sector services, and partial deterioration of the infrastructure. To solve these problems would be possible via the mechanism of fair transformation of coal regions. It's a model of comprehensive development of the regions that foresees deep infrastructural changes and leaving economy behind from dependency on coal. Fair transformation is meant to give fair life and good salaries to employees who are fading out from the industry. Geography of transformation, it's Donetsk, Lugansk, Dnipropetrovsk, Lviv and Volynsk regions where the famous mines are located. The quality of these mines affects more than 850,000 employees, more than 60 towns and villages, and most of these communities are in the Donetsk regions. The Ministry of Regions have foreseen 8 priority communities that are located in 5 coal regions of Ukraine. It is pleasant that we are not alone on this way. Our international partners are helping us. It's very precious, the experience of other countries. They have gone through these processes. It took them many years, more than 30, sometimes 40 or 50 years. In this context, I would like to note the appointment of Mr. Jyly from the federal government of Germany and the assistance of GIZ, the German organization, multi-donor fund of fair transformation. This fund is meant to provide for transparent mechanisms of financing territories and communities. We are still discussing the model of functioning of such a fund. Once again, I would like to welcome all the participants with the beginning of the conference. I wish you the constructive dialogue. I'm very sure that this fourth conference will become most interesting and most bright and effective. Many thanks. Many thanks, Mr. Oleksiy. We would like to welcome to the welcome word Mr. Michal Gergań, who is the Deputy Ambassador of Republic of Poland to Ukraine. He will join us online. Mr. Michal, are you already online? Yes, I'm online. Yes, we can hear you, so the word is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chernyshov, distinguished guests, experts, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to once again reiterate that Poland is on the front line of supporting Ukraine in this process of getting closer to European standards. We understand that this work is sometimes difficult, but at the end, we all know that it will bear fruits. And on this note, I would like to underline that Ukraine can count on Polish support also in the energy sector. We have noted with satisfaction Ukraine's ambitious approach to join the implementation of the European Green Deal's climate goals. And look, we understand very well. You all know that coal is also a huge chunk of Polish energy sector. We know that it is difficult both politically, socially, and economically. But I do believe that at the end, we can all agree that the process of withdrawal from coal energy is, well, inevitable. I wanted to say that from our point of view, a couple of months ago, the Polish government adopted the energy policy until 2040 document, in which we have stated very clearly that in the next 2 decades, we intend to, let's call it rebrand the energy mix, in order to base it on stable zero-emission technologies, such as nuclear energy, as well as renewable energy sources. And it is very clearly stated there that we're talking about both offshore wind energy and photovoltaics. From our point of view, from our experience, we see that the process of transformation is possible. I can now enumerate at least a couple of cities and regions which have changed their, let's call it, coal economy dramatically. For example, Gliwice, Katowice, Jaworzno, Dąbrowa Górnicza, or Tychy. Now we can see that we were able to diversify their economic structure. And now it is clearly visible that the share of mining workers in relation to the total number of employees is relatively small. We stand ready to share our experience in this matter. We, together with the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, World Bank, and European Commission, we have conducted a series of consultations with interested stakeholders in the framework of the project platforms to support the transformation of coal regions in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. But please bear in mind, we are not done yet. We are ready to get involved in new projects, especially in Ukraine. I am convinced that today's conference will contribute to strengthening the dialogue on the ways and possibilities of supporting Ukraine in the implementation of the energy transformation. I hope that it will also provide Ukrainian decision makers with substantive support. And as we all, this is something we talk about all the time, but I believe that we all understand that the consequences of energy and climate policy, they go way beyond the borders of one particular country. That is why we believe that our strong support, our strong, well-based cooperation will be fruitful and will be of a very good example for other countries. Closing my remarks, I would like to wish you a successful discussion. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пане Михал. І ми запрошуємо до вітального слова.
Thank you, Mr. Michal. We would like to invite for a welcome word the president of Olександр Aziukovskyi, who is the rector of Dniprovska Polytechnica. Colleagues, welcome. In this room, in this information field, online and offline, we have the best professionals who have answers regarding the future. Dniprovska Polytechnica owns unique technology of closed life cycle of resources, from investigating to production, transportation, and disposing of fuels. But it's important what's next. When we have done the production, we have the answers to certain questions, but the questions are too many. Today, we have the unique possibility to ask each other these questions, to formulate answers, and to make our future better. Many thanks, and I wish all of you success. Many thanks, Mr. Oleksandr. Dear participants, the fourth International Coal Conference is announced as open. Please applause. Colleagues, at the moment, we will be preparing for the first panel. There will be certain changes in our furniture. While we are preparing for this panel, I would like to give you some interesting details. Irrespective of the fact that it's a fourth conference, this time we and our colleagues were discussing how to call it. Is this a coal conference? Is this a conference for transformation of the industry, or we might concentrate on miners, communities? But then we understood that these are interconnected things, and they are together making up a logical puzzle. If we don't take into account one component, the picture will not be full. So we thank to all the participants, to our international partners for cooperation and their readiness to be invited to this process. Let me tell you what is next. We have three sections. The first one is achievements of carbon neutrality. We will have Olena Balbekova, who will be the moderator of the first one. The second section will be the coal production in the conditions of the green energy transfer. It will be moderated by Yuriy Chernyshov, the general manager of Shakhta Belozerska. And section number 3 is the fair transformation of coal regions, the possibility for diversification of economics of the monoprofile. Ms. Oleksiy will be moderating, the chief of Astar NGO. Also, we will have the discussion of the most important conference topics, and we are also having the section of high panel with the participation of the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, special ambassador of Germany for structural changes in Ukrainian coal regions, Mr. Stanislav Tylich, Volodymyr Budynsky, the president of Eurocoal, and Maxim Timchenko, the general director of the DTEK. Because we have some high level guests participating, there could be some changes in the conference. We will be updating you. So at the moment, we are ready to start our first session. This is the session about reaching carbon neutrality and possibilities for coal communities. And let me invite, first of all, this is Olena Balbekova, the advisor for economic, energy, and climatic issues of the Embassy of UK in Ukraine. Also, Mrs. Iryna Stavchuk, Deputy Minister of Environment Protection and Natural Resources. Ms. Samantha Smith, the director of the Center of the Fair Transformation of the International Confederation of Trade Unions. She will join us online. Ms. Jasmina Trhulj, the chief of the Energy Secretariat. Ms. Khrenova-Shymkiva, the director of the program of promoting energy effectiveness and implementation of the EU directives for energy effectiveness in Ukraine. Ms. Oksana Alieva from Genrikh Böll Fund, Mr. Nick Butler, who is the professor and the chief of the Institute of the Policy of London Royal College. Mr. Vladimir Bondarenko, the professor from Dnipro Polytechnica, and Natalia Slobodyan, the chief of the Department of Climate Changes and Ecology of the DTEK, from the DTEK. And Mrs. Olena, I'm giving the floor to you. Many thanks to all. I'm welcoming everybody. Please allow us to open the first section of the fourth international conference. And in the first session, we will talk about the achievements of the carbon neutrality and the possibility for opportunities for coal communities. I would like to welcome all the participants of our section and everybody who joins us online. Technologically and economically, the global economy is possible to decarbonize until 2050. This is the conclusion that the Commission on Energy Transfer made in their report. This is possible for Ukraine as well. Which prospects and under which conditions? This is something that we will discuss in the first section. And first of all, I would like to give a word to the Deputy Minister of Protecting Environment and Natural Resources, Mrs. Iryna Stavchuk. Iryna, Ukraine is preparing its second internationally defined contribution to the Paris Agreement. What is the place of carbon decarbonization in this process? What are we preparing for? Is there decarbonization today? Do they changes in climate? Do they go hand by hand? Many thanks, Elena. I will start from the history about the decarbonization in the world and Ukraine in the previous years and in the future. If we talk about the previous 20 years, decarbonization started actively on practice in the EU countries, in the mostly developed countries. And the biggest driver for this was the climate change. And it was so much on time. Politicians and scientists understood the problem that even in the beginning of the 20,000, Germany made a decision that they're making a focus on their future energy systems, on the development of renewables. And at that moment, this was a very expensive technology. It was still at the stage of development. It was not sure whether it would really become that basis, but the understanding from the other side about the seriousness of the change of climate made it possible for those decisions to take, and the world is thankful for those changes because significant funds was put into technologies. Consumers paid higher fares, but now the world has technologies that are economically feasible and they are cheaper than the nuclear energy, and a number of countries, especially less expensive than coal. Why it's important? Because the climate changes and the things we see today, for many people, everybody feels that, everybody sees that. Sometimes it's been raining during hours or days onto certain, somewhere there is fires, hurricanes, tornado, but these are the manifestations that we can more or less live together. These are some local tragedies and you can cope with them. The problem is if you don't do anything on improving these greenhouse gases in the next 5-10 years, then next it will be late to do anything. The amount of this was unexpected, will reach such levels that there will be the question for the life nature on which we also depend. So in the Paris Agreement, they made objectives to become carbon neutral in the mid of the century, to reach a balance in the emissions of greenhouse gases and their consumption. If we talk about Ukraine, during the last 20 years, the national climatic objectives were not at the level that would really be important to make politicians act. At the same time, during the last 10 years, this was actually starting even earlier, we had the processes of decreasing greenhouse gases. If we look at the curve of emissions from 1990 until 1997, they fell drastically, but then GDP grew and the emissions started to grow again, but not in such a high way. This was explained by a number of factors. We have a great potential of energy efficiency, the modernization that took, they also improved the emissions of greenhouse gases. This is very clear. After each gas war or increasing of prices or the objective of decreasing gas consumption, there were certain changes in the policies at the state level, and there were actions at the level of politicians and the population on improving and modernizing. Of course, not all processes were positive. This was also negative consequences due to economic crises or the events in the east of Ukraine. This also contributed to lowering emissions, but this is something that the government would want. We are looking at the global main three tendencies. The first is the change of climate becomes the important issue at the background of some political sides. These are the issues for G7, big economies, for all international summits everywhere. No international event is taking place where they don't speak about the climate changes. Secondly, one way or the other, and secondly, one way or the other, there will be active actions to stimulate the shortening of greenhouse emissions. These are the voluntary contributions, but the issues of lowering greenhouse emissions, they become the reasons for some international mechanisms. They're discussing very actively, and we're expecting in several days the document from the EU about carbon regulation at the borders. Our exporters, if they're going to sell something to the European Union, they would be forced to pay also the fee for greenhouse emissions. And the third, the climate change issues and the climatic risks, they become the part of the international finance system. That is the reason why international financial institutions are already taking ambitious policies. Big share of their portfolio must be aimed at projects aimed at improving climate changes. A lot of international funds are refusing from financing fossil fuel projects. So international finance system also switched into these projects, and that means that the projects on fossil fuels will find it very difficult to find money to be financed. These are all the factors that are the running force of transformation in the whole world in the context of the development of energy systems. If we talk about the future, what we are doing, the main job is to understand which transformations are necessary for Ukraine in the next 10 years, which must be done in the first place, because they are economically feasible, because they have a number of social advantages to improve life of people. It's energy effectiveness in all spheres. It's warming up, insulating the houses, waste management, modernization of the city infrastructure, industrial companies, and of course, energy sector. The main changes are to be expected in the energy sector. It's most difficult, but if we look at various scenarios, this scenario of not to do anything is the most dangerous, because we're postponing the problems. We have one way or the other to make priorities, make steps in order to gradually modernize and gradually implement those transformations which are necessary, from the one hand. From the other hand, we as the government have to do everything possible that these all negative transformations that are taking place, that they don't take place by itself, and they would not be a shock to those who are the stakeholders, that these negative processes would be coordinated, controlled, and we clearly understood how in the framework of these processes we can reach the biggest, the least negative influence for the people, for all economic systems. And the transformation of coal regions is one of the most difficult negative process, but this is the reality. We have to understand these tendencies that are taking place in the world and that might take in Ukraine, and to formulate the system in such a way that these transformations would be done with the least harm to the people. Many thanks, Iryna. Just a small question after your speech. So at which place in the agenda of on which place is decarbonization on the agenda of the Ukrainian government? I believe that this government is at the most political level, is discussing the climate changes. Prime Minister has done several consultations. He's trying to understand everything. The president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, is also very active in this issue. He's trying to understand and to determine the role of Ukraine inside of Ukraine. We have a lot of discussion with all ministries, with all associations, with the ministries all the time. I don't remember to have such a high level of high amount of discussions at the level of government, at the level of and knowing that that we have such an ambitious, such a realistic objective of Ukraine, that it's really has become the system of that we're becoming this a part in the global system, and formulate our priorities that it's for the benefit of the citizens of Ukraine. Yes, it is really inspiring, and let's continue.
Head of Electricity Units from Energy Community Secretariat. Ms. Jasmina will speak about enabling a just transition in the energy community. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Olena. I would firstly like to thank to the organizers for really great organization of this event and for involving so many stakeholders and also for inviting the Energy Community Secretariat. I'm very pleased to be here. In particular, this is my first live event since Corona started, so I'm very happy to be here with you. I would also like to say that this event is organized very timely, and this is coming as a continuation of really sequence of events and intensive discussions that we had on energy transition and just transition at the energy community level in the last couple of weeks, if I may say, starting with the meeting of the initiative on coal regions in transition for Western Balkans in Ukraine, organized by the European Commission, but also in cooperation with partners, including Energy Community Secretariat. Then we had the Just Transition forum, first the Just Transition Forum of the Energy Community. Also, we had our institutional events, PHLG, Informal Ministerial Council, and I have to say that all these events were mainly focused only on decarbonization. And if I may echo in really a couple of sentences or a couple of words, what we could hear in all these events and from literally all the stakeholders, starting from the governments, all down to the unions, to the communities, is that definitely we have no doubts anymore that decarbonization, that energy transition is here to stay. So the process is starting and it won't be able to stop the process anymore. But this is not enough. What we need is not that just process is going on, that is moving, but that it is moving in the right direction and in the right pace. This is very crucial because we need this process to be well structured, and we need predictability of the process, which means that it has to be very well planned. And for that, I'm very happy to hear from the representatives of Ukraine that you are working already in this direction, because we have to ensure that it is done also in the cost efficient manner, and that the process is underpinned with the good financial funds, because the process will take many years, and we need to have all these pillars. We need stable financial sources to conduct the process in the right manner and to ensure inclusiveness, so that all stakeholders, that literally every citizen feels the ownership of the process, and that feels that he is also going to benefit from the process, and that we are all winners. And these are some main ingredients. So legal certainty, predictability, financial stability, and inclusiveness. And if we want this process to succeed, we have to think of all these elements. And what we are having now in practice, actually in the energy community and including Ukraine, we can feel that this transformation is starting, but we still don't see in practice really tangible results. On the other hand, in European Union, they are moving very fast with decarbonization and with this Green Deal implementation. And now what is the major, let's say, concern of the countries in the energy community is that actually the gap is increasing between European Union and our countries. And the main reason behind that is actually carbon pricing. Because in EU we have ETS scheme, and the prices of emission allowances are really in this year, in particular in the last couple of months, are really increasing. They're very high, over 50 euros. And then if we compare, of course, Ukraine is even the leader in energy community because they have some small carbon tax, but this 0.35 euros in comparison to 50 euros, the gap is huge. And this gap tends to become even bigger, and now we need to act actually very fast. But the fact that we have to act fast doesn't mean that we have to act in the chaotic manner. We have to very well plan the process. And here it's very important what I heard from Ukraine, that you are now working on NDC 2. But also what is not to be forgotten is NECP development, so National Energy and Climate Plans. And despite the fact that there is still no firm legal obligation for the countries, there is a recommendation at the energy community level. And most of the countries started working on the National Energy and Climate Plans. I have to say that even from the Western Balkan countries, we have already seen first drafts. From Ukraine, we still wait to receive first draft, and we are very eager to help and to assist in drafting this very important piece of legislation that should actually set the timeline and all the major milestones on this in this process. So this is something that we see very crucial, and also this process have to be done in both top-down and the bottom-up manner. And what we actually from the institutional side, and European Commission, and in cooperation with the Energy Community Secretariat, what we are doing is we are trying to bring legal certainty to the process. And we are now in the last 2 weeks meetings, we have proposed let's say decarbonization roadmap for the energy community, which assumes still in this year adoption of the first let's say package of pieces of clean energy package of the governance regulation on the renewable energy efficiency directive. And we think that it's crucial to have 2030 targets adopted as soon as possible, because they will also accelerate the process. And what we see in the next phase is for the next year is that we go towards adoption of these pieces of legislation that are crucial for the carbon pricing, because as I mentioned, carbon pricing implementation will decisively set the pace of decarbonization. This is something we have seen in European Union, and we are sure this will be also the way forward for our countries, including Ukraine. So this is maybe just to set the scene, and yeah, I would look forward to discuss further and to take also questions.
Thank you very much, Jasmina, and for sharing those insights as well. My question would be, so you mentioned that there were quite a lot of discussions lately, right? And apparently they involved Ukraine and other members of the energy community. So during those discussions, or from the viewpoint of energy community, what would be the most urgent first steps for Ukrainian electricity market these days to take in order to be more fast, in order to be more efficient in its decarbonization? Is it carbon pricing? Is it, I don't know, maybe it's even ETS as the next step after the MRV? What would be something that we've got to do already now? Thank you.
Yes, I think maybe I touched upon already, but maybe I can really list a couple of main things as I see them. As I mentioned, this is really this planning. This is crucial. So everything is coming from this planning process, and this is actually what is setting this predictability that all, literally all market players, future investors, coal communities, all their decisions and the extent to which they will benefit from the process will depend on the predictability, on the signals that they will get from the state, from the government, in which direction the state is moving. So firstly, I would really emphasize this planning phase. The second one, as I mentioned, it's carbon pricing, introduction of carbon pricing, but really at the same level as it is in EU, because now we have this, we don't have any more level playing field between, and we want to integrate the markets. And now this is bringing me to this third very important point, and this is not separable anymore, because what is coming these days and tomorrow, actually on 14th of July, European Commission will present their proposal for the Fit for 55 package. And what we will see tomorrow is how this carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM, will be designed. And this mechanism can really impede and deteriorate the whole process that we were seeing in the last 15 years at the energy community level on the market integration. So I think that we cannot risk this process to be stopped. And for that reason, we really need to act fast and to introduce carbon pricing in a way that will again ensure this level playing field between our countries and European Union. And just to add on that, also for Ukraine, what I see crucial is this combination of carbon pricing and integrated electricity market. And in order for Ukraine to integrate with European Union, they have to implement still third energy package, which is still largely not implemented in the energy in the Ukraine, and there's still a lot of I would say open issues and steps to be completed. But what on the let's say to finalize on the positive note, what is very positive is that Ukraine is already maybe even a front runner in the energy community, is in the attempts to integrate into legislation already elements of the clean energy package, and this is what we really support and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for ending it on the positive note. It's always good to hear that there's still something is being done, right? And rather encouraging. Thank you very much, Jasmina. So now the next speaker will talk a little bit about energy efficiency, I believe. Дозвольте передати слово пані Інні Khrenova-Shymkivai.
Inna Khrenova-Shymkiva, Director of Energy Efficiency Promotion and EU Directive Implementation on Energy Efficiency in Ukraine from GIZ. Thank you, Inna, for joining us today. I know you were about to tell us why energy efficiency is the actual fuel for decarbonization. We're excited to hear that. Thank you. Yeah. First of all, apologies for being a bit late because of traffic jam. See, it takes you more than an hour to get from one city district to another. That already in itself is a signal that we need change. But change is a scope of things. Change can be different. We, on our way to joining EU, we have a whole lot of commitments to take and fulfill. We've been talking for 10 years about energy efficiency. Now we've started talking about decarbonization. We have even better and better venues where we participate in the talks, because I remember Victoria Pogrilova is sitting here with us. The first discussion on this very topic was way back when, where the venue was moderately luxurious, but we have a much better venue now. But the situation, we would like the situation to change. So the first stop to decarbonization. Each of us can do something for this first step. We always think, who's responsible for energy efficiency? Who is it? Well, the government, maybe DTEK, or somebody, or the ministry. Of course, the ministry has the ownership of decarbonization, but we have to be aware that all of us have some ownership. We are all in a position to do something and to get some support. So currently I represent GIZ that on behalf of the German government provides support to Ukraine in different spheres of energy efficiency. First of all, We work with the Ministry of Regional Development, communities and territories. We've been working with them for many years now. We're also actively cooperating with the cabinet ministers, with the parliament. We understand with the universities as well, where one of our friends and partners is here. Also, we understand that we have to start from good framework conditions for Ukraine to actually start. Secondly, we've been working a lot with the municipalities. We have more than 100 different partners in municipalities. Right now, there are 32 of the municipalities cooperate with us actively. They get huge grants this year. This month, we announced a competition for 100,000 euro among the 11 municipalities. 5 will be the winners. Next year, another 100,000 will be made available. What does it say? It says that there's great trust to us, to what we do, to what Ukraine does, and to our municipalities, to our communities, because they are the drivers of reforms. They've been working for many years on creation of an energy management system locally, local energy policies, and they develop the plans to make their cities energy efficient. They get help from organizations like us. They get loans from different financial institutions. European Investment Bank works a lot with them, EBRD, NEFCO, and from big million worth of credit to small credits, 400,000 for smaller projects. Then we looked at and saw and talked to the government, and we think that, yeah, we did an analysis with the Ministry of Economy. How much money have we engaged? How much money have we spent? We haven't spent 7 billion that Ukraine attracted as a state, as a municipality. Why? Why do you think? There's money available. Everywhere you go, people ask for money. Well, the energy, the ideas, the idea is the energy efficiency. Prices. See, it's great to work with a professional audience. There are no experts. There are no educated people for this market. People, so Ukraine cannot use the money that it's borrowed because we need to educate more people. But we've borrowed it already and we start paying interest. So we've designed a training and excellence component, and we've created 3 innovative hubs already, Energy Innovation Hub, where people can get support with energy efficiency programs. Also, we work with the Energy Efficiency Fund, and Germany was at the very source at the very beginning of this process. Energy Efficiency Fund was a dream for many years. It had been a dream. Now it's a reality. It has a lot of criticisms aimed at it, but the very fact that we have it, that we have the opportunity to get subsidies from 40 to 70% for your buildings is a huge progress. What do you need to do? All of us, we need to create a condominium company with your neighbors and residents and get the support from the state. The state has done its job. Now it's you have to meet the state halfway. The second component is increasing energy efficiency in the industry. I think this is going to be interesting for all of you, because when we started this project, there wasn't much interest from the companies because people were reluctant to show how much energy they really use, because lots of businesses used to work in the gray area. Now, almost 100 companies received free energy audit, introduced energy monitoring systems, because monitoring, it's all about monitoring anything that consumes energy, water, and heat energy. Monitoring of all these processes is your money in the bank. It's your first step for energy efficiency in the country across the board. We use the same physics, we use the same mathematics. There's no special physics for Ukraine. So if there's no control, there's no monitoring, and there are no capabilities or people who can pass managerial decisions based on the monitoring data. Why is it important? Let's take schools. After holidays, as we can see on the electronic monitor, that consumption of electricity over the holidays have increased instead of going to zero. Why? Because they celebrated a wedding or they celebrated a birthday during the weekend. So all of these elements help Ukraine on the way to energy efficiency. We also founded many different programs. We also work with Iryna, my colleague, also the climate support program, best available technologies, trade systems, all the important steps for Ukraine, all those important milestones that Ukraine has to pass. And we support our government in that, and Iryna, as a representative of the government, for this new step. We started a new project today, transformation of coal regions. All of that tells you that Ukraine is not left alone in Europe, that governments of different countries supported. The government of Germany has always helped us and decentralization and helped and supported decentralization, helped and supported eastern regions, the refugees, Ministry of Finance, Prozoro, all of these were milestones where GIZ played a key role. Thank you. My impression is that energy efficiency is a successful part of decarbonization, right? Yeah, I think so. But if you not only look at successes, what else is lacking? What other than educated new professionals, other than that, what else is missing to reach a new level in quality? Let's ask one question to all of you here and those in the panel discussion. Who lives in a condominium, in a multi-storied condominium houses? See, some 20%, 20%. So are you a condominium utility company of residents? Who conducted energy efficiency audit or energy efficiency audit in your houses, in your condominiums? Something. See? So 20%. That shows you that it's all about political will or a personal intent to do something, to take the steps, to do your homework. What can you demand from the government? The framework, support for municipalities, the percentage accrual programs, cheap credits for housing, for kindergartens, for hospitals, utilities or public facilities. What can we demand from everybody else, from us own, from our own, to do something every day, to make a small step toward energy efficiency and energy independence. So, but yeah, you have to be fair. You have to be fair not only to others but to yourself. So let's transition to our next speaker in this panel, Samantha Smith. She will be joining us online. I hope we will hear her now.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Samantha is the director of Just Transition Center, and it's really great to welcome you with us today. I know it's a bit early. Samantha is joining us from London. So it's really great to welcome you with us. I know you're going to talk about international perspective of just transition, which is an integral part of decarbonization processes, refusing from fossil fuels and phasing out coal. So we just touched upon justice in energy efficiency. Now it will be really great to hear from you about justice in energy transition and in particular in coal phase out. The floor is yours, Samantha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olena, and many thanks to the Ukrainian government and to the British Embassy for organizing this event and for inviting me and my organization to speak at it. So I am in Oslo, Norway, 1 hour closer to Kyiv, so not quite so early for me. I work for the International Trade Union Confederation, which is the global federation for most of the world's unions. We represent 200 million organized workers in 163 countries. And in the aftermath of the Paris Agreement on climate change and the negotiation of UN rules for just transition, ITUC set up the Just Transition Center to help unions and our allies get good plans for just transition. So we work at national, municipal, city level with companies and in sectors with unions all over the world to support unions in getting these just transition plans. So we've heard really a lot this morning, rich discussion about what needs to happen, what should happen in the energy sector, in particular in the Ukraine, but I'm going to talk a bit about the how, because that's what just transition is. First of all, we don't have to worry about figuring out a definition for just transition. The UN has done this for us. There was a multi-year negotiation in the International Labor Organization, which has employers and their associations. It has workers and our unions, and it also has governments. And they negotiated the ILO guidelines on just transition, which the UN Secretary General has recently said should be the minimum standard for all countries that are starting to phase out of coal. So the UN has called on everyone to adopt the guidelines and put them into practice as we try to do this very hard thing, which is transforming the energy sector. And the key elements of just transition, as reflected in the ILO guidelines, are first and foremost social dialogue, which is a process of negotiation between unions, government, and employers. And if we've heard from the ambassador, the Polish ambassador to the Ukraine, about the steps that Poland is taking in the phase out of coal, and the foundation of those steps has been at the end social dialogue and the negotiation of a social compact between the government, the employers, and the unions that allows everyone to proceed with this big change in the energy sector without people being very fearful about their futures, but knowing instead that they will have jobs, they will have pensions, and so on. So social dialogue is really key, and it requires, of course, that you have strong observance of labor rights so that you can have these kinds of negotiations. A second key part of just transition that we have found in our practical experience trying to help unions get just transition is that people need new jobs. So many people working in the mining sector right now might be physically and in terms of their work life ready for retirement. They need secure pensions, but you have many other people who are younger workers, and they need new jobs to go to, and those new jobs need to be good jobs. That means you have to have security of contract, you have to have rights, and also pay that allows you to pay that's comparable to the pay that you have in your mining job. We found that that is actually key to getting trust and helping people to accept that this change is coming. Other elements, I mentioned social protection, so pension, health, income support if people are out of work, that's adequate for people to lead lives of dignity, pay their bills, keep the household going, skills and training, and last but not least, regional investment, particularly in infrastructure. Because those kinds of investments to modernize production, modernize transport, modernize energy, the energy sector in coal regions are really key, especially for everyone who is going to be affected by the EU Green Deal. We all need to be starting from the same basis if we can, and the start of that is actually regional investment. So that's the sort of big UN picture, but maybe just to say a few words about where just transition is happening. So again, there's been quite a bit of discussion already about the EU Green Deal. We, along with the industrial unions in Europe and the European Trade Union Confederation, are involved in a project with basically all the unions in Europe, and especially the ones in energy and industrial sectors, focusing on the Green Deal and trying to make sure that it is good for workers. But just to say that the EU has said many times that the foundation of the Green Deal and the green recovery is just transition, the rights of workers, social dialogue. And so part of aligning to the EU Green Deal is also aligning to just transition, to social dialogue and to labor rights. In the EU, as you've heard, Poland is taking steps now to transition to low emissions energy sources, and they have also entered into the social compact between the government and the workers. But in Germany, that process of negotiation and reaching agreement has actually concluded, and now we're into the doing part. So in Germany, the government, the employers, the workers, and their unions, regional governments, and so on, experts met in the form of a commission. They came up with recommendations that have now been turned into budget legislation and regulations. And the key elements of the deal in Germany are, of course, that no worker will be left behind. There will be a pathway for every single person who's directly employed in the coal sector, and that there will also be a rather large project of regional investment, again, focused on different kinds of infrastructure. That will be 40 billion euro over, I think, 10 years. So it's really a good package, and it will transform Germany's energy sector with all coal-fired power phasing out by 2038 at the latest. To name some other countries, Spain also embarked on a massive transformation, not only in electricity generation and in coal mining, but also now in the transition in the auto sector to electric vehicles primarily. The UK, of course, our hosts, who have nearly completed a transition away from coal-fired power, the Netherlands, and then outside of the EU, Canada, the US, where the new government is now pushing very hard for climate policies that are actually jobs policies, and for a sort of social floor for fossil fuel communities, for coal communities. New Zealand as a country, Australia at state level, and then in developing countries and in Asia Pacific, so South Africa, Brazil, with our colleagues at GIZ, we are also involved in a very start of a project on just transition and coal phase out in India and Indonesia. So it's a long list, but I just wanted to, give some sense to this very important gathering that just transition is happening in a lot of places. There's a lot to learn from practical experience. The government of Ukraine, Ukrainian trade unions, you are not alone in all of the issues that you're facing, but you are in fact part of this growing global movement. I did want to say just one thing about how to get just transition. Trust between the government, the unions, employers is really key if you're going to reach these massive agreements about people's future, about the future of coal regions. And we have concerns about the state of industrial relations in the Ukraine. We have concerns about the observance, or rather lack thereof, of fundamental labor rights. And I will just mention that the Ukraine is in category 5 of our Global Rights Index, which means that there are many, many violations of labor rights. So I don't want to be too bold and give too much advice, but I would just say that fixing these fundamental violations and getting good observance of labor rights is also really key to getting just transition, because it rests on this foundation of rights, giving the people freedom of association, freedom of expression, effective collective bargaining, and therefore the ability to form unions and then to negotiate something of this size. So I think I'll stop there and happy to take your questions, Olena.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Samantha. And indeed, you preceded slightly my question on what kind of narrative or what kind of arguments can be convincing for those people who are risking their jobs and who may be losing them in the short period of time due to this energy transition. And probably no argument will be convincing enough if there is no trust initially built. So thank you very much for that. And just a very small question then from me. There's an ongoing negotiations between the trade unions and the government, obviously in Ukraine as well. But do you think those coal mine trade unions shall be gradually transforming to green job unions? Any good examples of such transformations lately? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, so just to add a little bit to that first point, there are things that the government could do right away that would build trust. So some of them are in the legal framework around labor rights, but other things are putting money on the table to secure people's pensions. So those very concrete steps can be quite helpful in building trust. I think in terms of the transformation of unions, you know, one of the things that we say is that if you're mining coal today, you could be mining something else tomorrow. So we will need mining in a clean energy economy. We will continue to need people with all the skills of mining. They will continue to need unions. I think the other you know, sort of pathway, an immediate pathway for people who are mining coal today is that mines also need to be cleaned up and remediated. And so that usually is about 10 years of quality work for coal miners. And again, you also need a union to represent you when you're doing that. Finally, I would just say that we see lots of examples actually of unions moving from representing coal miners to representing miners of other things, but also mining unions expanding their organizing to include jobs that are low emissions. And that can be everything from skilled construction to, as I mentioned, environmental remediation.
Thank you very much, Samantha. There are a lot of takeaways, both for the government and for trade unions. I believe if you could stay with us till the end of our session, please. Hopefully we're going to have a Q&A session as well afterwards. And meanwhile, we're continuing our just transition for Ukraine talk. And next is joining us visiting professor and chair of the King's Policy Institute at King's College, London, Professor Nick Butler. Professor Butler, are you with us? Good morning. Professor Butler, can you hear me or can you please try to speak?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good
Great.
morning.
Well,
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you. I only wish I was in Kyiv rather.
yes, please, you can start speaking.
This conference is about how to achieve a just transition, and I certainly hope there will be. What's going to happen because of the energy transition to the coal sector in Ukraine and elsewhere? We've been through that sort of transition in the UK. It was handled very badly when the coal industry was closed, and it is still a serious negative influence on the country. It divided the country and it left many areas behind. And I think that is one of the experiences as you approach the transition that people in Ukraine should be aware of and should take into consideration. The expectation, I find, is that quite a lot of the just transition is going to be funded by the European Union. And I don't think that that is quite likely to be the case. The EU has put aside some 17.5 billion over the next 10 years, 10 billion of which will be related to immediate recovery from the COVID recession. I think it's inevitable that the focus of that spending will be on countries within the EU, not least to overcome the degree of resistance that is occurring to the process of change in countries such as Poland, in parts of Germany, and in other parts of Eastern Europe. So we can't rely on funds for Ukraine coming from Brussels. The EU will, however, proceed with the energy transition. The new targets are being set and they'll be announced before the COP26 meeting. Coal will be reduced much further in Germany and across Europe. And Ukraine, as one of the speakers earlier said, will have to follow this process. We'll have to stay aligned on the energy transition with Europe because of trade concerns. The EU border carbon adjustments are a serious proposition, and I think they're very likely to be implemented. Coal communities can't rely on EU funding, and they can't imagine that overall policy is going to be reversed. So I think it is the answer to a just transition is going to come from within Ukraine itself. And I want to add a touch of optimism to the discussion by looking at what other people, what other coal communities are doing around the world to deal with this. Now, this first slide is about Australia. It's about a transition project from coal, using coal to produce hydrogen from brown coal in the state of Victoria. It's put together by a combination of companies, including Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Marubeni, J-Power in Japan, and it's supported by the governments in the state of Victoria, Australia, and Japan. It's a gasification and gas refining facility, starts with a limited test project, but the ultimate scale is to produce over 200,000 tons of hydrogen a year with a carbon capture and storage facility and a specially built carrier, a liquefied hydrogen ship that will take the hydrogen to Japan to support their decarbonization agenda. And it is intended to take 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions out of the picture. And I think that could be the first of many projects. And so that's about coal, but it's also about using CCS technology, carbon capture technology, to produce a very different and more sustainable product. Could I have the next slide, please? Then this is a rather different example. It's from Germany. This is Moorburg near Hamburg, and it was built as a coal-fired power station. It's quite modern, but in line with German and European policy, it was closed last week for its initial purpose of producing electricity from coal. And it's now being refitted as part of a green energy hub. It's intended to be the largest hydrogen plant in Europe, linked to offshore wind in the North Sea. It includes a large electrolysis process. And again, it's a joint venture between Vattenfall, the Swedish company, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and the municipal heat supplier in Hamburg. And again, I think this will be an example which will be copied across Europe and could be copied elsewhere. Could I have the next slide, please? And this is a picture of that. It's a tremendous complex, and it will be very important for the decarbonization of heavy industry and business in Germany. And I think it sets an example of what could be done. And again, I do still see Germany doing a lot more of this. So then thirdly, and finally, could I have the last slide, please? Which is that I think, which is about the wider energy opportunities. We're going to see more solar and wind in Ukraine, of course, and DTEK are one of the leaders of that. But I think we will also see the development of biofuels. And so let me concentrate on that. This shows the International Energy Agency's projection of the increasing use of biofuel. That is products from biological sources which can be used in transportation and elsewhere. And they foresee dramatic growth, which I think offers great potential to Ukraine. It's important to stress that the potential is most likely because of the EU rules that are being developed, to be in the second generation of biofuels. That is not from food crops, but from other organic material, non-food crops, crops from marginal land, plus farm and municipal waste. And that, combined with advancing processing technology, will create the possibility for large-scale volumes of sustainable products, liquid or gaseous fuels, which can be used to reduce the use of oil in the transport sector. In many parts of that sector, there is at present no alternative, and electrification is too difficult or almost impossible. And the expectation of biofuels is that they will achieve a 60% reduction in emissions against the use of oil. I think Ukraine is very well placed to use its land for biofuel production and to build an industry around that, particularly in communities which are having to move away from coal. I actually think this is a moment of opportunity for Ukraine to modernize the economy. Transitions like this can be very painful. It is necessary, but we in the UK handled it very badly, and you should learn from that. And others, I think some parts of Eastern Europe and particularly Russia are in denial and are not making the sort of changes that are possible. I think you can make those changes. I think they can provide jobs, and I think they can protect the communities that must now feel very threatened. I hope Ukraine can do better on this transition than we did. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Butler. And indeed, there are quite a few opportunities today. But when you started your speech, you've mentioned that the answer of Ukraine has to come from within. But do you believe this answer will be incentivized by the new clean energy opportunities and potential for new investments, or by ever decreasing opportunities and demand for coal and carbon intensive production as a threat of losing markets and so on and so forth? So this answer, what will prompt it, you believe, in the first place?
I think it will be both. I think Ukraine will see that the European Union is not going to hand out money on any substantial scale. I think they will also see that Ukraine is going to find it very difficult to trade into Europe unless it makes the energy transition itself. It's going to face border tariffs to a significant degree. And therefore, I hope that people in Ukraine and investors from outside will see that there are other opportunities, that you don't have to rely on handouts, but you do have strengths within the country, including the coal itself, which is an asset that is now undervalued and which can be used in other ways with technology that is now readily available.
Thank you very much, Professor Butler. We'll continue discussing the opportunities. І зараз я хочу передати слово пані Оксані Алієвій, координаторці.
Now I would like to give the word to Oksana Aliyeva, who is the coordinator from Fund of Genrikh Böll. Oksana, we have touched a lot the topic of inviting communities and carbon neutrality. We wanted to combine these topics, and I know your topic, carbon neutrality, as the way of social transformation of coal territories in Ukraine. So this is the floor that we can give to you. Maybe you can tell us about, from your point of view, about the carbon neutrality. Many thanks, Ms. Olena, and many thanks to the organizers and every participant. What I wanted to pay your attention today. We spoke today a lot about some first steps that must be done in many sectors. I would now to make a zoom out, to make sure to ask myself and everybody present, why in the world is this happening? This decarbonization and transformation, coal regions, decrease of production, are these purely economic reasons, economic mechanisms? hopefully they can bring to a balance one day. If we say that we want to speed up these processes, then with which objective? My answer, and I'm an ecologist by profession, so we are doing this for the nature. We're talking about the quality of life for people, and if we look at decarbonization in this context, then these first steps can be an answer to a question where this intervention of us who are making certain decisions or implementing some activity, where this intervention would be most necessary and where it would bring most result. We talked about energy efficiency, and I'm fully with you that energy efficiency is a separate type of renewable energy, and this is step number one for decarbonization. It's shortening of energy capacity and shortening of consumption. If we talk about step number two, for us as the fund, the question is refusing from coal. It's gradual, but it's inevitable. It's not that we have to close all mines tomorrow and to stop any generation. But if we talk where coal is used, it's the electricity production. If we talk about this sector in 2018, coal that was burned for the production of electric energy at the coal generational units, this was 63.4 megatons, where all this sector of energy, this was 180 megatons. So the coal share, it's the third in the emissions of the whole sector of electric energy. So for me, the next step would be refusing from coal in electric energy, then shortening of production, then phasing out completely from coal. We, as the Green Fund, said we talked about cleaning our country from all things like nuclear energy and then going to 100% to renewables, even in the fields of agriculture, etc., etc. But the horizon of our planning, it's this carbon neutrality in 2060. I'm very happy that there is the final date of full refusal from fossil fuels, the date of full decarbonization of climate neutrality. That's the first time. That's if we talk about coal, should this be the same date, 2060, or there should be a process of decarbonization, and one of the steps from decarbonization that it has to take place a little faster. And I would tell you about the support from the experts that they say that the shortening of emissions should not be after 2030, 2040. Yeah, it has to be before 2030, at least twice as much from the current level the humankind is doing to receive the global warming in the level of 1.5 degrees. This would be something that we would not be in the anti-utopia of climatic catastrophe. If we listen to this and we do imagine this process by 2030, and for what? This is, I would like to touch some sad part of my speech. Is this what is happening in the coal regions? We're talking about coal regions, and I'm recollecting my meeting with one of the city mayors of a small town. I was told that this person, when he was young, he was at school, his first biggest dream was to leave that city. And to a great regret, this is the thing that most of the people think in these coal regions and coal communities. So from this young generation, that's one of the biggest social problems that they're facing the city mayors and communities in general, coal communities. This is something that we want to talk about decarbonization and to promote the process of fair transformation to make sure that the quality of people's life in coal regions would be better, that people wouldn't want to leave those communities, that people would want to live there, to have the opportunity for professional growth, which is very regretful. Without many options, without diversified economy, the professional career is much more complicated to get a high quality education for the profession that they would want to have, not that is available, some mining or something else very similar. This is something that promotes young people in their search for better life. A separate situation is, of course, from the ecological point of view, the pollution of the air, deterioration of landscape, huge losses in biodiversity, which we see in the regions of coal production, also brings to the point that the quality of people's life deteriorates and the health influence is huge. When I was preparing for our meeting today, I was searching for some research that would show connection between illnesses, health condition of the people who live in these regions and the production of coal. The first signs about higher mortality rates in Germany I was finding in like 1990s in Germany. So more than 30 years we know how this coal production affects the health of people. We have a very fresh research that shows that for mortality in coal regions is by 16% more than average. So ecological problems, social problems, the gender equality, the possibility for the self-realization for women. We're of course talking about the self-realization in the context of people. Of course, there are hierarchies. Of course, there are many women who depend on the man who is feeding the family. But the social hierarchy, it's affecting the. Of course, it's the dependency of women, the absence of conditions for their professional careers in these regions. So when we talk about the professional diversification, this will improve, bettering the life of groups, of more vulnerable groups, not only vulnerable groups, but special groups in these regions. And we are as an organizer, yes, sorry, we have to monitor the time. So we had some research about social consequences by 2030. We also researched how it will influence the workplaces. Actually, there will be more workplaces that can be started than lost, and they will not be concentrated on only one branch. This will improve the ecology, it will improve the taxation. Full version of the research is available from the website of the fund. We will be making the presentation of the results this Friday. Many thanks, Oksana. We expect to your presentation. And for the time being, let us continue our discussion about the possibilities for the coal regions who are going through the transformation. And in particularly, one of these opportunities is the hydrogen energetics with Mr. Vladimir Bondarenko. He is the mining engineering chairperson in Dnipro Polytechnics. He is the Doctor of Sciences and professor. Many thanks. So it happened such a way that you passed the word to me. You talked a lot about the coal, and it's necessary to close coal mines. In certain sense, I can agree with you, although there is another way of looking at it, which doesn't, of course, prevent us from closing the mines, but also the implementation of those opportunities for the transitional period when these mines will be closed, and that not such a huge loss would take place, and that the regional problems that may show up, the perspectives of the development of the hydrogen energy during the last 3 years have shown that this direction is very much perspective. First was Japan that took this program, which they call the Society of Hydrogen. They proposed to produce hydrogen to improve the ecological condition and to make it to improve the green energy sector. But for the transitionary period, there is such a condition in the European countries. These programs were adopted by the European countries. More than 20 countries with the total value of their project until 2030 is 130 billion euro to implement these technologies. We have such a forecast of the world energy balance. It shows that in 2050, only 52% will come from the renewables. The natural gas, oil, and coal will still remain. China, which adopted such a position that they will shorten until 2030 the emissions of greenhouse gases, is growing. It's a paradox that they're growing the production of coal. This year they produced 4 billion tons of coal. So to me, it seems that they will go the way that pertains to hydrogen energy. We have such a data that in 2020, between 2020 and 2030, will be increased in general by 15 times. And the capacity that will be composed will increase by 25 times. The sources of production of hydrogen, 48% is natural gas, oil is 30%, and 18% is coal. If we look at the table, at the graph that you see, the technical and economical indicators of various processes of production of hydrogen, the underground gasification of coal are the two directions. It's sometimes when we catch CO2 and that doesn't harm environment. And with these ecological problems, the cost of 1 kilogram of hydrogen is only $2. But there is the active development of green hydrogen from solar, from wind energy. They are much more expensive at the moment. This is for the time being. I hope that the price will go down. I have some figures which countries will be investing. These are billions of dollars during this coming 10 years, and this is all meant to decrease the emissions. For instance, the US until 2025, 26-28% will decrease, Canada by 30%, Germany by 40, 45, France 45, China by 2035 will decrease emissions of greenhouse effects by 65%. And the peak of the absolute figure will be in 2030. Regarding Ukraine, Ukraine is developing now the energy strategy, the strategy of the development of hydrogen energy under the leadership of the Prime Minister and active participation of European countries and in particular Germany. Ukraine also has signed all the agreements on climate changes from the United Nations, the Kyoto Protocol and Prague Protocol, and we have undertaken to decrease by 40% by 2030. Let me just say the three components that pertain to Ukraine in terms of the development of the hydrogen energy. First of all, these are the huge resources of energy, huge stocks of energy that can produce hydrogen. First of all, these are the renewables, also the biomass, and also the gasification of huge. The second component, it's the gas transportation systems that can be used, and we have already that in addition to the gas that is going, it's more or less 2% of hydrogen going there, so it can increase. And the third component for Ukraine to develop the hydrogen energy sector is the huge storage of gas, actually huge gas storage that we have. We have more than 30 billion cubic meters of storages. Well, basically, this is it, but I would also like to answer a question which I will ask myself. First of all, our university participated in several projects. One of the projects was the Japanese, one was the European Union on gasification of coal. This was 2010. So we have disciplines taught at our university. We are preparing professionals who will be able to do the gasification of coal. And I hope that business has heard you regarding those possibilities that are available in the water, in the hydrogen energy. Now we would like to hear from business. Our next reporter is Natalia Slobodyan, the chief of the ecology and climate change. Natalia, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the climatic neutrality of the tech.
Thanks, Olena. Thanks, colleagues. And I'm happy to be with you today and would like to start my short intervention with sharing my observations that I have as I am looking at the European experience and green transition. Decarbonization, green transition is not just a prioritized way for development of the state, but it has no alternative for the future of the whole world. As far as we know, more than 100 countries and more than 800 companies, energy companies included, announced an ambitious goal by the mid-century to reach climate neutral balance. DTEK shares this global trend, and last year, our company, when we presented our new strategy, we also declared an ambitious goal for within 2 decades to reach carbon neutrality. We actively cooperate with our business partners, international associations for this purpose, foundations, organizations, and also we support the Ukrainian government and its program of implementing the Green Deal, because it's a tool for integration of both economies, EU and Ukraine. And in DTEK, we share the values of the European Green Deal. And first of all, it's renewable energy, of course, circular economy, energy efficiency, and upbringing and nurturing the energy conscience of our people. And I'd like to stress one aspect that was stressed before by Salieiev, that European Green Deal is a gradual, a step-by-step decrease of dependence from fossil fuels, from environmentalization, coal-based energy to alternative energy. It's about transformation and creating alternative jobs and businesses. And in the portfolio of our socially important assets, there are several cases like that in our company. I'd like to talk about one case in particular that is pertinent to Shastia town in Ukraine. We launched this year domestic waste processing unit, and we plan to add several dozen jobs on it. And another project which goes at cutting the greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, talking about the mining the mining facility in Zakhina-Donbaska. There's a unit installed there that safely discards the shaft methane. So it's some of the examples of decarbonization and circular economy. Ukraine, together with the whole world, has an objective to make an impact in the significant cut of greenhouse emissions by 2030. But it's an ambitious road, and we are only making our first steps. And at DTEK, we clearly understand that decarbonization is not just a fad, it's not a short-term trend, it's a global trend, and it's going to take decades to reach. So our strategy of 2030, the basic principles are ESG and Sustainable Development Goals of UN. The company has included 12 out of 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals in our strategy, and it's not only facts; those are business priorities, and those are our waypoints for the company. And here's some examples. Sustainable Development Goal 11. Sustainable development of cities and communities. What does it mean? What it means? It means openness, transparency, safety, environmental orientation of towns and villages and cities. And in this ambitious goal, our company goes beyond what we usually do. We want to create local ecosystem because there's a demand for new changes, positive changes, new projects. We're expecting the businesses to support and join in this activity. One of such projects that we are very proud of is an educational project. It's called Energy Efficient Schools. The goal of the project is to popularize the rational use of energy resources, upbringing of environmental consciousness, and building environmentally conscious habits with young generation. Whenever we start a new big process, the first step is to create a demand in the mindset of people, the mindset map, if you may, the expectations map, and the movements and the steps are born in our head, and then we go on and do the practical steps. So in this project, we have engaged more than 630,000 people, and the number that covers the schools within this project has reached more than 2,000. To understand the scope of a project, let me tell you one more number. 11% of the comprehensive schools of Ukraine are in the project. So to sum it all up, let me tell you that businesses nowadays can and must play the key role in decarbonization and just transition and make its dent in the Green Deal and reaching the Green Deal and sustainable development. The DTEK is poised to provide expert capabilities and resources to create foundation of the just transition. The job of the state is to provide the policies and conditions for prerequisites for the just transition. So we hope that the synergy and cooperation of the state and the companies and businesses will help us reach the general decarbonization goals and green transition. Thank you, Natalia. We have to wrap this first panel a little earlier than it says in the schedule, but let me tell you that we have touched upon significant and a big scope of topics. We raised interesting questions, and we entertained different ideas how to proceed with the decarbonization and the Green Deal. We hope that this first panel has given a good start. But let's thank all the panelists here and have the great rest of the conference. Thanks, Olena. Thanks for the panelists. Personally, thank you for being well within the timing and the time constraints. Even with this great number of speakers in the panel, we are well within the schedule. We have a short coffee break, 15 minutes downstairs on the first floor. And please be back at 12:05. Here, all the panelists for the session. First of all, our esteemed moderator, Jyly Chernyshov, CEO of Belozerska Mining Facility. Also, participants are welcome. Deputy Minister of Energy, Mr. Oleksiy Kurakov. Brian Ricketts, General Secretary of Eurocoal. Victoria Grip, MP of Ukraine, of Parliamentary Union Transformation Regions. Mikhailo Barabash, DTEK Energo, Mining Science Department Director. Pakrovsky Mining Facility, Yet Anatoly Bulat from the Academy of Sciences, Institute of Geotechnical Mechanics, named after Polyakov. Gennady Pivnyak, head of the Scientific Council of National Polytechnical University Dnipro. Mikhailo Volynets. Mikhailo Volynets is not with us today, but Sergei Yunak, head of Dnipro Territorial Committee, Trade Union of Coal Mining Industry of Ukraine, and Vladimir Monchenko, Director of Energy Programs, Razumkov Center. As far as I understand, some participants will join us later during the panel. But Yuri, you're all invited. You're invited to take the first word. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We talk about coal mining in the times of green transition. The time constraints have changed a little bit. We've cut the panel duration a little bit, so please stay within the time constraints that are allocated for your intervention. So the coal is mined everywhere, and despite the sustainable trends in Europe and in Ukraine to cut the fossil fuels, coal will be mined in the nearest years. In 2020, the world, the COVID year, hard coal was 2.6 billion tons lower. About 7 billion tons will be mined in 2021. It's more than in the pre-COVID 2019. So we don't urge the endless use of fossil fuels like coal, but be aware that together with the transformation process of the regions, there's another process, coal mining in particular. And what are the real prospects in Ukraine for this process? So Deputy Minister of Energy, Oleksiy Kurakov, will tell us about the prospects. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes.
So greetings, everybody. Mining coal in green transition, what is it? Well, naturally, it's changing the energy balance, the energy mix of Ukraine towards increase of renewable, and that's on one hand. On the other hand, is decrease in heat generation. And as a consequence, is decreasing the demand for coal. And as a consequence, the deficit, it leads to the need to change something. But what is the coal industry? We're talking about 5 regions, 24 territorial communities, 33 existing and working mining so coal mines, 40,000 coal miners only on public companies alone. And that's why we have to be very well balanced when we approach the issues of coal industry transformation and in general energy transformation. So understanding that, the ministry currently is designing the concept of just transformation or fair transformation. What does it include? It includes the definition of the least profitable mines that are not eligible for modernization. That also includes the assessment of the potential of the workforce to be freed after the mines will be closed. It also means that we have to assess how much of the state support should be allocated for these operations, not only money-wise, but time-wise. It also will including the legislative level, it will include changes that will help investors create new jobs in the coal mining regions. And not to dwell too much on this topic, I would like to just give you the short message that if we are talking about the transformation of coal regions, we have to understand that it's not only about economy, it's about social issues, social guarantees. That's what we have to keep on remembering at every step. Thank you. Well, the next speaker, Brian Ricketts, General Secretary of Association Eurocoal. Brian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Cichocki. Thank you. I'm going to give you just a short few words to begin with. Good morning, everybody, everyone joining us online. It's an honor to be here to talk about coal with friends from the coal mining industry. It's true that the majority of politicians in Europe now want a coal exit. They want to extinguish the flame that powered the Industrial Revolution for the last 250 years. And it's by the light and power of coal that Europe became wealthy. And with energy, we've prospered, we've been productive, and we've, okay, there's some slides, but I won't use them. We've been productive and we can live better. We need energy. We live better with energy. Now, the executive vice president of one of the executive vice presidents of the European Commission is in Kyiv today, talking about battery storage, I think. That's Maros Shefčovič. Another vice president is Franz Timmermans. And he says that he wants to put the Industrial Revolution behind us. Coal is the first target. But now oil and gas must go too, with a zero emission target. And all of this is necessary to protect the climate, which has become the EU's #1 policy priority. It's not just in the EU either. We've heard today in Ukraine, there's the shift away from coal. And I think that did accelerate, of course, with the conflict that's ongoing conflict in Donbass, which has denied the country access to high quality coal resources. You might imagine that the decision to phase out coal was something new, perhaps to do with EU climate policy. But if you look at the statistics, then it's part of a historic trend. I'm from the UK, and coal production in the UK peaked at almost 300 million tons over 100 years ago in 1913, and has been in decline ever since, and is now almost zero. And it's a similar story in other countries which industrialized in the 19th century, so Germany and the rest of Europe. Looking ahead, I will make a prediction today. I think coal use will end in Europe, across the whole of Europe, by 2100, because that's the shape of the resource curve. It's a bell-shaped curve. And for the whole of Europe, it looks like coal will end before 2100. That's when the economic reserves will be exhausted. And now it's being, of course, accelerated, the decline is being accelerated by climate policies stemming from the UN Paris Agreement of 2015. And so what is the coal industry's response to the Paris Agreement? We say that a successful climate policy has to be consistent and coordinated at the global level. For the European Union to run ahead alone isn't going to solve the climate challenge, not unless others follow. The security of we had it twice this morning where we lost electricity briefly. Well, we need to have secure electricity supplies. We can't do what we now do without secure electricity. And within the EU, member states' choices on their energy use, their choice of energy use, so the resources that they exploit, has to be respected. That's written into the European Union Treaty. And because of each member state's different history, then each member state is starting from a different position. So if you look at the energy mixes across Europe, they are very different for all the different countries. Poland at one extreme with using an immense amount of coal, France using largely nuclear power. When looking at the coal regions, we've heard this morning that things have to happen, things have to change in the regions, and that will require money, new activities, new investments. Moving on, what is now our major concern? Well, it's EU carbon prices. The carbon prices is now destroying the coal industry in the European Union, 50 euros a ton. That's equivalent to a 200% royalty tax on coal mining. And I don't think any company in any environment could survive the imposition of such a draconian tax in such a short space of time. So power plants, which were recently viable operations, making good profits in the regions that they operate, are now loss-making. So this has become the essential driver for power utilities using coal and is setting electricity prices in Europe. But it is questionable if consumers in each of the countries should be paying the same carbon price, because the differences in wealth across Europe are vast. Still big differences in wealth, and yet everybody is expected to pay the same carbon price. So we have to think about how to resolve that problem as it becomes more visible to energy consumers. Ukraine should be very wary about joining the EU emissions trading scheme without having many precautions put in place. I understand that selling electricity into the EU might become impossible. At the moment, the EU electricity market looks attractive for countries around the edges because they can sell in without paying a carbon price. So that's a big benefit which would be lost if you joined the EU emissions trading scheme. And similarly, it'd be lost if a carbon border tax was imposed at the EU level, which is probably what will be announced tomorrow. So there's some big decisions to be made in Ukraine over the coming months even, never mind the coming years. So, rightly or wrongly, we're living in a sort of crisis situation with the pandemic and the economic consequences of that. But you know, the EU has decided to gamble against coal, and we face the consequences of that. The Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline will be completed soon, and that will bring enough gas into the European Union to accomplish that mission. It could wipe out coal use in Germany. That's the equivalence. You know, all of the gas through Nord Stream 2 turned into electricity, roughly equivalent to all of the electricity that's currently generated from coal in Germany. So when we talk about a timescale for a transition, it could be far quicker than any of us imagine here today. So we must prepare quickly as well for a coal phase out. And electricity companies are certainly diversifying. We see it here, obviously, with DTEK, but also in Greece, for example, the Public Power Corporation built on lignite and is very quickly changing its business to gas, imported electricity, and lots of renewables, as much renewables as they can get money to build. And mining companies will have to find new uses for their assets. I mean, huge land holdings, what can be done with that land? What can be done with the power plant sites? And it's quite an exciting time because I think the new ways of doing things do mean that an establishment like we're in today, young people can think about, you know, what can we do? What can we make from carbon, for example? We don't use carbon as a material as much as we should do. So that's something to be thought about, and new energy storage technologies as well. So lastly, there is plenty of coal in the world, resources for the next 100 years. China is going to use those resources. We can see that. They're increasing their use of coal. Still accounts for around 1/4, just over 1/4 of total energy supply in the world. Compare that with new renewables, which 1%, if you do the calculations slightly differently, 3%, so still very small new renewables. They have to grow massively before you can replace coal. So it'll be some time before coal's flame fades away. It's going to cost trillions of dollars, trillions of euros. Tens of billions of euros are needed today in Europe simply to replace the coal plants that are now being closed. And that's why we're here today, because we've got the banks, the commercial banks and the public banks who will be lending enormous sums of money over the coming years to replace what took 200 years to construct in the first place. So this is a big project. And the decisions being taken today by our leaders, the ministers responsible for all of this, they're going to determine whether or not we can indeed build on our industrial past, on the foundations of the Industrial Revolution. Thank you.
Brian, спасибо.
Thank you, Brian. I like what you said in your presentation, that the 2100 is the horizon that we expect the coal to phase out. So it's a little less than 100 years. So that's hopeful for me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear members of the conference. Who has the clicker? Could you please give it to me? Once again, welcome to everybody. What I would like to mention, we really have an extraordinary conference. We have the fourth call conference, but we have the green badges. We're changing in different aspects of time. And with this, call, in any case, was the founder of all this today's meeting. So some 4 years ago, when we made the first conference, it was not as much developed, this green trends, but today they're here to stay. You can keep unnoticing them, but you can be all of a sudden at the curb of the life. So we, as the company that looks after the developments, we are monitoring these trends, we are living these trends. On the next slide, you see some repeating trends. It's decarbonization, digitalization, diversification, a number of other trends. They're all clear, and our company could not help walking past them. So it is the strategy of ESG. Of course, it's the innovations, and of course, COVID. It's a separate story. It is a separate story, both in the coal mining as in the heat generation. You know that we had to capsule our stations during a long period to go through this complicated time. We had quite a few plans on capsulation of our coal companies. Thanks God it didn't happen. Yes, in general, the previous year was very difficult for coal miners. We had to stop everything, to balance everything. We had to change along the way. If you look at some global trends, Mr. Brian was absolutely right. The trend is definitely steadily going to wind, solar, and other renewables. And for us, we see that now, if the share of renewables is still quite low, in the near future, it will exceed green generation, and it will be, based on the calculation of all specialists, more than 28 million kilowatt hours. Generation will lose its position and will go down to 24 million kilowatt hours. For your understanding, in the portfolio of the DTEK, we have some 1 gigawatt of green energy, and we are continuing to develop. So what's our biggest coal mining company? Naturally, we are also building into this new system. We are becoming the maneuvering generation. Our key job is to provide our power stations with the necessary amount of coal. And to do this, we are in several directions. All of them are known to you. It's, of course, the innovations. It's the increasing of labor protection. It's our key trend. I will talk about it. Of course, we are in the disposal, and of course, we are participating in the progress, in the programs that you talked about in the previous section. It's the transformation of coal. The DTEK until 2030 is planning to close 4 mines. They have actually completed their resource. 2 are closing this year and 2 in 23 and 25 when they are finished with their resources. Transformation of coal regions, much is talked about it. I don't want to repeat. We are participating. It's interesting for us. We're looking at this project from the point of view, in the first place, of a fair and correct closure of companies. In the end, we will do it all correctly. The company doesn't give you the grounds to be doubting about it. The second direction, we see that the labor market is losing. It's no secret that the youth are not interested in coal, actually even solar energy. They're more interested in digitalization. So we'll be cannibalizing on other people who are left behind. We will retrain them. We will make up the database of specialists. We will not lose them. And secondly, they will, of course, be helpful to all our companies. Once again, I will repeat myself. In the first place, it's the well-being of our employees and the well-being of the regions where we're participating. If to talk about the future, how to survive of elephants in the time when everybody started to grow trees, we are the smart mine concept. We want to make our company fully manageable from the information, effectiveness, improve the quality, the speed, and to a maximum to become relevant with the information received. We are planning to build the smart mine concept for our companies. This concept includes a number of directions. So SAP instruments, ERP, Pascat, sensors. That's all that will help us to bring together everything to make it manageable, controllable, and relevant system of information for decision-making, quick analysis, maximum effectiveness, and maximum correspondence. How to say correctly? Difficult to pick a word. Maximum tolerance to employees. The system doesn't foresee firing of employees. No, it's the program that, first of all, in the first place, helps people. We are making our first steps. I talked about the concept before. In the framework of the project of Modus that we are doing from 2018, we are going along the scheme of piloting at Jubileyna mine. We have the only network of Wi-Fi underground, the system of positioning. This year, we are planning to make subsystems of ventilation. We want to get the ventilation system online. We want to do questions related to digital projects of security, the questions of monitoring the production, digital trips. We are finishing with software development for this year. We found the provider of telephones. This will be the on-ground and underground system that will monitor the condition of equipment, the accumulation in the database for the necessary repairs of our equipment. This is a very important and very big direction for us. The personnel doesn't want to write on paper. It's not comfortable for us to check what was prepared by the personnel in some dirty papers. We want to see it all in online and to make fast decisions. The direction which I believe is one of the most important, because the coal industry unfortunately has certain dangers that not often it's possible to comprehend, to minimize and control. I would divide this, the right part is actually the behavioral things, the identification of risks, it's supervising. Let me briefly, shortly, we are providing independent control and expertise over the safety of the processes to monitor the critical risks. It's the dynamic assessment of risks. It's when the employee himself is learning to evaluate risks along the way. With a simple question, what could have gone wrong? What must be done to avoid this? Supervising is different. Critical risks, violations of sequences, incidents, predictive analytics, coefficients of and accidents. It used to be the table who is responsible for what and what must be done. This is not all effective, it's not working. We have created the so-called service of investigators who are looking at hard cases, potential cases with some bad consequences. They are making up some lessons. They're trying to stop further accidents. They are teaching people how to have that in the future. The left part is about processes, but there is one billet is about engagement and leadership. I'm more than sure that if the chief of the company would not be embracing himself in labor security, that he would not notice the violations, nothing serious will come out. Everything else will remain as a declaration hanging on the wall. Everybody will read it, but not anybody, but nobody will practice it. Our security starts from yourself. Our safety starts from yourself. And if we have this trend, we will have more and more safety in place. Automatization of processes. We want to automatize the system of fixating the incidents, creating the field of critical risks, predictive analytics, and many more things. And of course, the security and safety of production is not possible without motivation. If there is no motivation for this safe labor, all efforts such as engagement will be in vain. So this is the key direction in the ESG for the whole world. On the next slide, let me shortly stay at the statistics. The trends are not so evident. We had several times been able to overcome the hard trends of injuries, fatal injuries. We are a little bit better for overall statistics, and in general, it's just the right side of the slide. It's the behavioral things. From 2018, we are deeply involved in this. We've gone through a number of stages. We have introduced supervising. We have reformed the security of industrial safety. We have also created the Central Directorate for Labor Safety. They are monitoring all trends. Naturally, the strategy of ESG is not going anywhere in terms of its ecology. The tech and the coal block is supporting old world trends. We started in 2021 a new project which is called DCARP. It's the project for decarbonization of the tech. We are monitoring the decarbonization with all types of meats. We're talking about the generation of mine methane. We are planning to launch the second unit, and before 2023 at Donbaska mine we will have another unit, the third unit. We will get thermal energy that we will warm up our own premises, and part of the energy we'll be able to sell to the network. All of this will decrease the methane emissions and will improve our presence in the regions. And naturally, innovations. In coal, to say that we will be ever innovative, you can't say so. But in Ugal, in DTEK, we have created the innovative subdivisions. They are doing various projects. We have the project of machine vision. We have drones, which are shooting our warehouses, various materials that help to improve improve the work of the companies. In the framework of innovations, we're working with the direction for innovations at the tech. What I would like to mention in the end, generation is changing. So the coal block is also changing. And these directions, which I'm talking about, to use our own production, improving operational effectiveness, search and implementation of new directions, and of course the sustainable development. These are the main trends for the development of coal block of the DTEK until 2035, 2040, as Mr. Brian mentioned, until 2100. Well, we will work. Thank you. Next, the former is Mr. Olександр. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to pay your attention that decarbonization, it's not about stopping, it's not about closing, it's about continuation. From the decisions that we will take today, this will be depending the fate of those who are not yet born. This is the project of generations. Dniprovska Polytechnica, during its 120 years, has the positive experience of sustainable development in the organization of the project of generations. We are at the beginning of some options that have conditioned the development of technology of regions, provided the resource and energy independence of Ukraine. Standing on the shoulders of giants, we're forming our future, and one of these giants is the rector of Dnipropetrovsk Polytechnica, academician who will give the characteristics of our today's process. Allow me to pay your attention that we were looking at energy effectiveness, decarbonization, sustainable development, green energy, and any of these processes cannot be implemented without professionals. Today, for me as a university, an open university, modern university, meeting the demands of time, we are creating the vision of the future. We are not waiting for the changes, we are making them. If you want to be better, then work with the best. Next slide, please. During our more than 100 years of operation, Dniprovska Polytechnica is providing high-quality preparation of all closed cycle of our resource base of the economy of Ukraine. The university was the first in the region that has done the fundamental rebranding that is provided and is the result of the internal dissatisfaction with the quality of educational services, with the wish to implement the vision of our future and the wish to cooperate with the best. Today, we are providing for formation of the new trend of dual education, thanks to which the employer has the possibility to transfer the adaptation period of the future employee, to the territory of the university. We are working according to the unique technology, working with the best. That's natural in the tech, it's Privatbank, it's Interpipe, it's Global Logic, and still a great number of modern, powerful representatives of the modern, high technology, high innovative business. As of today, our main service is the minimization of time. Anything you can compensate, even the risky thesis of the ecological negative influence, but you can't compensate the loss of time. We are providing for this. We're making the adaptive training that is implemented not for in future 4 years, but now. Our laboratories, which are the result of the active common work with both domestic and foreign partners, they have the projects in modern digital world, and we're having the top management participation in forming the digital experience. There is some technical discipline about transformation has received the media component. Working with our partners from Interpipe, once again, our colleague, the Director for Scientific Work, together with me, participated. I was also a member of this team. We developed a new format of giving educational services that meets the requirements of time. As of today, our students are not breaking their practical preparation with the theoretical. There is no tomorrow, there is today, when the teacher who is turning from the blackboard, he is coming into some practical layer of interacting with the production, with students, and most importantly, we are not making our clients to walk in distant corridors. We have this principle of single window. We receive a lot of questions. We are very successfully solving them. We are open. We are interdisciplinary. These are the bases for modern content, and knowing that it has to be the modern student life in all its dimensions. As of today, the student has the powerful advantages because since second or third year, they have the convincing practical experience, production experience, working according to their profession in modern players of those who are actually forming the rules of the game on the market and forming our future. Once again, the drawback of the higher education, the limit to practice, makes our partners, and as an example, Academy DTEK makes us form their own educational institutions, but they can use the material that's only the graduate of the existing institutions, providing targeted, narrow profile preparation and adaptation to some specific conditions. Let me pay your attention that even modern technologies, famous, they're also developed together with our common work. They still need support and adaptation considering our real conditions. The strategic directions of the tech company that were nominated in several informative messages of Mr. Maxim Timchenko, they're basically forming what we can reply, and something that Dnipropetrovsk Polytechnica can reply. It's dual education. It's the format of electric transport. We are hunting not for students, we are hunting for the producers. 1 month ago, we had an open fest where all modern members of modern electric transport participated, who are the clients of our company. Any processes, decarbonization, closing or changing the regime of working of mines, they require economic calculations. That's something that we also do, as well as the scientific support of any classic mining, geological processes, closing of mines. We talked a lot today. Hydrogeology, the professionals who are in topic, they don't need to be told what is the hydrogeology, the water regime, the water horizon, and what a large scale of risks and negative influence can be possible at the expense, as a consequence of some incorrect closing of mines. Today, the possible of cooperation with the tech, it's also the energy management, energy effectiveness, cyber protection, cyber security. These are the modern technologies, the modern look at the life cycle of resources from production to a question, what's next, that we are searching together with you. Dniprovskaya Polytechnica, together with some prominent companies who are forming the innovative segment of the economy of the Ukraine, they are together implementing changes, implementing the vision of the future, and we are making the world better. So we have a little bit time left, so we'll try to fit in. Amelchenko.
Vladimir Meshenko from Razumkov Center, no more than 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for everybody, the organizers, the participants for this interesting meeting. So I would like to say from the get-go that everybody is pretty much aware that Ukrainian Green Deal is the trend that Ukraine has to follow, and there is no alternative to it. Because it's not only the economy, it's about competitiveness, it's about competitive economy. And also integration with European market, energy market, and its NSE and etc. Some of our international partners have an impression that Ukraine doesn't seem to do much in terms of decarbonization, but that is not that is not entirely so. From 1990, we are so modest, yeah, but we don't say that we are an absolute world leader in decarbonization. If EU sets the goal to achieve the greenhouse emissions by 2030 by 55%, Ukraine has decreased it now, but by 62% already. And that's been achieved thanks to decreased production volumes, of course, but in the recent years, there's a trend that it's because of the energy efficiency, it's because of the more savings and more renewables. And also, if we could install up to 10 gigawatts accumulators, etc., we can shut down all the coal mining facilities at once and heat power stations. But it's impossible to do because we need dozens of billions of euro for that. We don't have them. So if we look through the energy balance of Ukraine, what is it comprised of? Basically, what dominates is basic generation, nuclear power, which still constitutes more than up to 55%. And development of renewables cannot be provided without maneuvering capacities. And this is the aspect that we need to look at the coal industry and heat power stations, because without them, it's impossible to provide energy security for Ukraine. So I would say that these rumors that coal generation will be dead is exaggerated. That is, let's be realistic. Let's talk about reality. And this is where you understand that without the coal industry, you cannot have energy security at the moment and development of renewables, because you cannot automatically copy what the Denmark and Germany done to Ukraine, because we have different financial conditions, we have different capital investment, different energy balance, energy mix, which is still dominated by basic generation, by the nuclear. So that's why it's clear that decarbonization trend is going to continue. But I think the second national input that currently is suggested by the Ministry of Environment, it has to be improved, because it's an illusion that Ukraine will be able to attract more than 100 billion euro for the energy transition and quickly close the coal mining industry. I understand the necessity for a Green Deal, but let's be realistic. We're talking about 10 to 15 years. This is still going to continue, still going to exist to facilitate our energy security. Although we have to optimize their work, we have to shut down some mines, the old capacities, we have to modernize some of them, but that requires financial funds, financial resources. Unfortunately, we have a huge problem with the model of electricity market, or the market for electrical energy. If the model keeps existing like we have it now, it's not a market. It's administrative management of the market for the sake of some quick dollar bargain for some people. And that means we have to forget about the green transition. It's about survival of the industry as such, because the electricity prices are 3 times down artificially than the neighbor European countries. So there's no investment when playing like this. There's no modernization when playing like that. If it's manual steering and manual cutting of the prices, without improvement of the model itself, we cannot stabilize. We cannot develop alternative energy. You cannot develop accumulators as we need to. So it's the key task for today. And that's what the government and the parliament has to resolve, has to work on right now. Thank you. Thanks for your opinion. It helps our general mood, what you said. Sergei Yunak, head of the Dnipro Territorial Committee and Trade Union of the Coal Industry. 5 minutes, the floor is yours. Hello, everybody. Dear participants of the conference, I represent the miners, collectives and trade unions of Western Donbass. So first, I would like to talk about fair and just transformation. Ukraine, unfortunately, doesn't have much to boast of in terms of just transformation of a workforce, creating new jobs, and economic dignity. What we've learned is to blindly shut down production facilities without any social dialogue, without social economic support of territories, and that leads to complex negative effect. Currently, the transformation that was ongoing for Pokrovsky and Volgograd also happened in our region. So in the Western Donbass, there are problems when shutting down 2 coal mines, Blagodatna and Stavchuk. We started talking to businesses, so they help us develop a program of shutting down those mines and preventing these more negative consequences for us. But the management of the company only went to administrative measures. They moved their staff to other companies, to other facilities, although they reported that everything is good. But part of the people is very dissatisfied with what happened. So currently, we think with all these economic results, we have to talk and think about social. When shutting down like that, it creates huge gaps between the trade unions, the people, the employers. So social and moral climate in these teams is very difficult, very negative. As for alternatives to shutting down the mines, coal mining trade unions suggest alternative scenario of shutting down that doesn't go into blind shutting down as part of the transformation of coal mining regions. Ukraine has started talking about decarbonization as a justification, as an excuse to shut down mines. Now we are number 96 out of 167 countries. With this economic development, the heat generation is still going to be used for 50 more years. There's no alternative. In Western Donbass, about 70,000 population use coal for heating, and they believe in coal. There are also alternative technologies to protract the life cycle of coal mining facilities, like underground gasification of coal that allows to get an energy project as a generator gas and chemical source for oil and chemical and petrochemicals. There are also technological solutions how to protract the life cycle through geothermal, through wind. Now, as for the trade unions, a couple of words about trade unions, because when we've heard businesses speaking today, when we talk about state and business, you tend to forget about the teams, about the people, about the workers. You only remember them when you need them. So the companies that are not covered by trade union, or the trade unions who are still stand united, no matter how some of our adversaries try to, to deteriorate, creating fake trade unions. The real trade unions continue to protect the workers' interests. So trade unions are the only structure, I would say, that can be really regarded as protectors of the interests of the workers and the regions for just transformation. The trade unions must participate in managing funds of just transformation organized by the EU, and will participate to retain the culture and the heritage of coal mining in Ukraine. It's difficult for us now to support, to keep the morals of our coal miners because of the mines shutting down, because of the more workloads, whereas both businesses and the state only look into the future in terms of social economic development. They don't want to get the trade unions engaged and involved in this process. To minimize the negative impact in our region, we have to use all of this, the whole range, the grants, preferential treatment, investments in better production. And if we need Europe, if Europe needs Ukraine without the heat generation, we have to start investing money now into transformation and of the coal mines and transformation of coal mining regions. We need to create the funds, the first Just Transformation Fund, 40 million euro from EU budget and co-funding by several countries. That's first. Secondly, direct loans for some regions and that are to be requested through European Investment Bank. That is also direct injection of money from international organizations. Thirdly, stimulation of investment from local businesses, which means not only the state, not only the government, but the businesses have to invest in the region. But the government has to create beneficial conditions for investments. Like we've sent a request to our British colleagues who from 1983 were shutting down mines and were helping the people who were going on strike. So their program of recovery means that annually more than £1 billion is allocated for recovery after mining, coal mining shutdown. So before we do something like that, we have to think what's the money that we're going to use to recover. And remind you again, please listen to the voice of coal mining regions, know about the problems, be honest and transparent and understandable for the people, value the people, so that we don't repeat again what happened to Ukrainsk and a depressive region like in Donetsk. Thank you. So dear colleagues, so the coal mining Pokrovska, Ukraine is a coal importer. Annually, we import and we keep importing millions of tons of coal, coal, and Ukraine only have one coal mine in Pokrovska that mines at high quality coal. So I would like to hear the coke mining vision and decarbonization as the chief engineer, Oleksiy. Thank you. So dear colleagues, really Ukraine mines not only the energy coal or heat coal, but coke that is needed for metallurgy. But the problems that we're discussing today, they're very relevant for our branch as well. The Pokrovska mining facility is part of the Donetsk SOAL group, which is one of the largest investors in high quality concentrate coke. And now about 80% of the mining of this coke is provided by our company. In total, the mining operation employs about 70,000 people, and in our company in particular, 10,000. The need for intensive mining determines the new strategy and the new investment policy, which provides sustainable production and mining. To create a necessary reserve of the purification line, there's a long-term program for companies development, and by January 2021, we mined 251 million ton of high quality coke, and in our history we've mined 130 million ton. And consumers of our coal, we know that not only in Ukraine it's in demand, but abroad. The strategy of companies development talks about mining of coal and concentrate according to the necessary level for the sustainable development of the company and production in general. When we stress the increased security and safety, labor safety, and using the cutting-edge technological solutions, modern equipment. And of course, one of the priorities here in our company is environmental safety and security based on rational organization, maintaining the technologies and production control and process. When we build new facilities, we do the environmental impact assessment in terms of cumulative effect for all the components of the environment and social sphere, as we design the steps to minimize the negative impact. And we provide the openness of environmental information, accounting for the criticisms from the public sector, from the citizens. And our mining operation always aims at applying the best available technologies in the new construction to maintain natural and environmental safety and our social commitments. Our academies are part of the higher education, Donetsk Scientific Research Center, Pridniprovsky Scientific Research Center at the Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Education. Currently, the world community talks more and more about the decreasing the global impact. The global economy is changing so that in the future, competitive companies and countries will have gone through green transition. As we've heard many times today, by 2050, Europe aims to be carbon neutral. And the countries who will not go through this transformation will lose their competitive edge in the world market. But inclusion of the climate neutrality process needs a balanced approach, because we're talking about environmental safety with the national interest in mind. Because of the many problems with funding, the support programs for coal mining means that there are a lot of mining operations shutting down. So it's only the complex solution for tackling social, environmental, and economic consequences can be effective. From 2016 till 2020, coal mining has dropped almost from 40 million to 20 million per year. So energy or coal from dropped down to 22 million, also energy coal, and coke coal to 7 million ton. In 2020, hard coal mining was cut down by 24% to 6.9 billion because of the COVID pandemic, which led to quarantine measures, cutting the demand for fossil fuels and electricity, And in the EU, the mining volumes dropped to 56 million tons, which is 13% less than 2019. And at the same time, significantly more than the general global trend on coal consumption. In the Great Britain coal imports dropped by 20 or 30%. So this because of the long-term trend with stagnation, with the decreasing demand on electricity, decreasing of the coal volumes for energy production because of the pandemic and crisis, low prices for natural gas, high prices for emissions because of the European quota system, regulatory measures of a number of states, and also a rapid development of alternative energy sources, in particular solar and wind. To produce electricity by fuel, we see the growth of renewables. And it's one third only remains for coal generation. So decarbonization requires to find solutions that were not widely spread before, which is producing huge amounts of hydrogen for direct oxidation, for pure hydrogen, rare earth batteries mining for accumulators and batteries, which is also a depletable resource. Technical regulation for decarbonization process, development and implementation of standards and more stringent environmental measures, direct bans, and other non-market related methods to harmonize the disparage high prices of fuel. To active preparation for decarbonization, our Ukrainian coal mining industry still has a window of opportunity because of the context of our development and it's how realistic it is to implement. And statistical data shows that geopolitically, the situation is also very difficult. Cutting down coal generation in EU and US is not an indicator that world energy goes away from coal. There's still a demand because for the renewables, we need a guaranteed reserve of the capacity, which is where coal generation still comes in. And replacement technology of coke for metallurgy is right now at the very early stage. And the mining for coal is still on the level of development of the industry in general. So these irreversible process of decarbonization need a balanced approach based on gradual, just and fair and less stress approach in order to tackle the possible social, economic, environmental consequences. Yeah, I understand that Pokrovskaya mining operation is all for just transformation. Of course, we're in the center of the region. Sure, okay. 3 minutes more. Institute of Polyakov, National Academy of Sciences. So Oleksandr, that's as much time as I can give you. So the future of coal industry, with all the recent trends in mind, with the EU strategy in mind, is tightly connected with the need to use the transition that where coal as commodity towards high added value. The coal chemistry, coal energy. For coal energy, the most comprehensive processing for methane, with all the broad range of projects within one technological cycle. Transformation of coal regions should go hand in hand with new economic stimuli and incentives so that the coal companies can build new capable clusters and new innovative technological hubs. In our Institute of Mining Mechanics, we provided a concept for diversification for coal mining, for mining operations, for a comprehensive processing of both coal and methane. The re-aiming the production towards environmentally safe technologies of coal incineration in low capacity blocks for energy and heat generation directly in the facility, in the mining facility. These types of energy can subsequently be used to implement the EU strategies. One of the most promising sources of good quality energy source is hydrogen. Currently, hydrogen is mostly produced through steam conversion of methane from natural gas or after gasification of coal. This is a well tested and well used, cheap process, industrial process. It's gonna continue being the leading method for years to come. The gasification of coal and this are basic technologies. And most researchers say that this is what the fossil hydrogen production is going to be like. The hydrogen transformation technological aspect, there's a fuel element. Using hydrogen as fuel, which is the basis of hydrogen-based energy, uses absolutely unique way of getting safe energy, and its production doesn't impact the climate. An important part of the energy resources is methane of the coal deposits, which is still used very ineffectively, which largely limits the economic capabilities of the coal industry. In the recent years, the methane problem has received a new dimension, which is environmental. It's been established that its properties, the methane is 21 times more active than carbon oxide, which adds to the creation of greenhouse gas. According to the Environmental Agency of the US, the main part of the methane emissions is the world coal mining operation, which is 889 million tons of CO2. So the assessment of International Analytical Agency shows that this indicator means 1,200,000,000 tons. And as European Economic Commission assessment says 1,742,000,000 tons. These two recent assessments were done in calculation that was impacted by the fact that they used, which accounted for shutting down of the mines and environmental impact. The suggested concept of reprofiling coal mines into new energies and processing of local fuels through vertical integration, integrated companies into one comprehensive complex. It allows, even if the coal mines continue to shut down, it still will enable us to use the local fuels, the peats, the sanitary lumber cutting, tree felling, and also hydrogen technologies will enable all of that. It will enable us to create more jobs for those mining operations that will shut down. And the concept doesn't contradict the existing route for the energy on renewables, and it adds to it, it strengthens it through capabilities of the coal mining. Thank you, and coal industry. So it's almost a wrap of our panel discussion. I would like to give floor for a couple of minutes to Representative of Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, Arkady Pivnyakov. Esteemed companies, esteemed presenters and panelists, Jyly has always been the first deputy minister for us because he's a leading expert, just like Mr. Bartosz. I would like to thank everybody for having this meeting. We have to do with the organization of this forum, and not to stress there are many indicators of what solar fuel energy can provide to us, and the presentations that we've heard so far are, of course, very exciting, very promising to hear, because everything is related with sustainability of the energy system. without the powerful basic generation in nuclear, it's impossible. Renewable energies allow to only, they are only the beginning, but the maneuver and sustainability, maneuverability, the dynamic, the resulting, and the static, it's all provided by this energy. On solid fuels is required for coke production, coal for metallurgy, and in general, the fossil mining largely determines the new modern and contemporary innovations. The digitalization, everything is, all of that is still not possible without mining industry at the moment. 2030 and beyond, because that's a basic situation for the world, not only for Ukraine. Second, I would like to stress one more thing, that Dnipro Polytechnical University continues to be the leading agency to build new experts for mining industry, resource management, modern technologies. And the presentation from our rector, who was one of my best students, and another student, Mykola Terehub, who is also a professor, and Mr. Bondarenko, they are in great shape as scientists, and they keep working. And the university now having a quite a big quite a numerous new generation of the new employees, new scientists that comes to eventually replace our old scientific generation, is a proof for all of you that this is the only so far university in Ukraine that continues building high quality experts in the mining industry using all the modern technologies. And that's where the high-tech business helps us. We are now in the new type of education, dual system, where practical and theoretical preparation are boosted by business. There's new motivation to learn, to study in university. There's new motivation to come with the best practical preparation. And now the university demonstrates these capabilities. We are in the highest places and the best technological university in Ukraine. We're number 5, 6, and there are more than 2,000 new students annually in our university. So that gives the opportunity to be well on track in the new developments. And Sergei Yunak is an example of that. He's a great, a well-formed expert. And he said that it's not enough to talk about getting rid of all technologies, but it's about replacing with other technologies. You know, shutting down a coal mine is even harder than shutting down one workshop in a factory. Yeah, all the young men and women talk about environment and safe environment, but they not always are experts in the social dimension. And the deputy minister, he stood up and went because he thought he understands more. He understands everything. What's the difference between the Ukrainian bureaucrat and European bureaucrat? European bureaucrats are present. They're learning, they're listening. And even more, DTEK company for the first time in its conference, it did it in university. That's a European, we talk about European experience. 2 conferences at Dnipro Polytechnical. And deputy minister was just sitting here, said a couple of words, and he wanted to go even earlier. We just urged him to please stay, listen to at least the Barabash. So it's about culture and understanding of the specifics and being able to learn. Let's continue these meetings, but let's attract more experts. Of course, there are great young men and women here. wonderful people. I invited the organizer here to our university. Please enter our audiences, our rooms, and see the great students, the great lessons in our university, at Dnipro Polytechnica and other technical universities, because that's where the new generation emerges. It's our rescue. And, you know, the problems of COVID-19 and Delta, who's going to rescue us? Science and new technologies. New technologies allow us to get away from, to get out of the economic crisis and rescue it. So let's stand united. Let's print out materials from this, from some of our sources, which are part of the European database, and we can publish them in whichever language we need, and get this knowledge communicated to the world scientific community, European, and for us to understand that we're moving in the right direction. And next year, let's keep that momentum. Let's have Mr. Bartosz and First Deputy Minister Yuri Chernyshov to keep leading this new wave. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for this emotional intervention. Very intense. And that wraps our second panel discussion, which is about coal mining operation. And of course, it's hard to squeeze everything necessary in 1 hour. So we'll think about continuation of these discussions in a wider platform and a wider range discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you, all the panelists. It was a very interesting, sometimes heated discussion. So we can make a lunch break now. It's on the first floor. We expect you here to reconvene by 14:20.
Доброго дня, шановні високоповажні учасники конференції. Дозвольте привітати від
Afternoon, dear esteemed members of the conference, all the esteemed guests, all the participants. It's a very actual issue, fair transformation of coal regions, green transition. For us, it's not just empty words. We really giving it a lot of attention, working with partners. And today we will be talking about the challenges that are in front of the Ukraine in moving to a climatically neutral country, and the challenges that we will have to encounter for the phasing out of the fossil fuels. We can't refuse from the coal in one day, but today we will have to speak that the fair transformation of coal regions must be planned, long-term, comprehensive. We have to understand that today the share of coal in the primary energy consumption is less than 1/3. It's still a considerable part for our energy, for our economy. That's why, naturally, to move with this fair transition, not to conduct any social problems, we should have started this work much earlier, but thanks to our partners, to our World Bank, the colleagues from Germany. I'm very happy to see here the special envoy of the government of Germany. I'm very sure that under the support of our partners, with the assistance of the World Bank, we will be able to succeed. We will get the best experience, the best practices from all countries of the world for transformation of coal. regions. We are not the first countries. Majority of the European countries have gone through this. We have the experience, we have the understanding. We have to simply take and do it. We will have two more projects this year in Chervonograd, in Mirograd, and I hope that apart from these two pilots, simultaneously we will start projects in mines which are technologically must be closed and transformed. But I'm also sure that this green transition and the fair transformation of the coal regions, it's not about closing of mines. It's about the social responsibility, about new investment, creating new jobs, new possibilities on innovative branches of the economy on the basis of mines that are being transformed. And of course, this must be given proper attention. We will continue to work on this with our partners. Of course, the next stage would be to create necessary legislation, create the multi-donor fund that is also in our strategy. Naturally, it's important for us to continue dialogue with international partners, all international partners, from the point of view of selecting the optimum model of functioning for the multi-donor fund and the effective operation of this fair transformation. To sum up, the success of the transformation of coal regions directly depends on inviting all participants, all stakeholders, local authorities, the chiefs of the companies, the employees of these companies, and all the way to the central government and international partners who are helping us to cope with this. So with this, we have to make a universal model of reprofiling of our coal regions to give our citizens new possibilities, to enable investors to come there, to make it's about more than 60 regions of territories and regions of Ukraine in 5 oblasts of Ukraine that have to be changed. Many of them are in the depressive state, so we have to do this intensively, innovatively, and with this, I'm inviting all participants to talk, to think, to work, to use the experience of our partners. Wish everybody fruitful work.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. The next person to come here and give his welcoming speech is going to be Stanislav Tillich, Special Envoy of the Government of Germany on structural changes for Ukrainian coal regions. Welcome.
Dear Prime Minister, Excellency, Mr. Shmyhal, dear colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference, and thank you for the fruitful discussion we had before. And I hope that this discussion will follow then in decisions and that in handling that what we have discussed theoretically. As Germany decided in the 60s, 70s of the last century to step out of the mining, it was a decision which was not accepted by everybody. 2 years ago, the last mine was closed, and a couple of years in between 2035 and 2038, the last power plants will be closed. That means coal power plants will be closed. That is an agreement which Germany has done, and as it was possible that we have signed the Paris Agreement, the Ukrainian government has done it too. And so we found together last year in August to sign an energy partnership between Germany and Ukraine to share our experience, how we go this process, because our process is not finished, but we have done, or we have lessons learned during the process, and we try to share that. And we are not only here to have warm words, but the German government has decided to support it by a very, very constructive program. That means just transition has a high importance in the energy partnership. And this program will be established or is established for 60 months and includes 35 million euros. And there is foreseen for the multi-donor fund you mentioned, Excellency, 25 million, which will be the first money which will be put in, and we hope that international partners will follow us. That will make the process better, but the decision should be done or should be made by the Ukrainian government, by the Ukrainian society. And we have a lot of experience, and Prime Minister, you have mentioned it. It's a question which is not touching only the miners. It is touching the whole society. Also here in Kyiv, not only in the regions where the mines are. And that is, I would say, one of the lessons we learned, to get the support by the whole society, to look which possibilities are there, which needs are there, and then to create an agenda. That means, at first, in my eyes, there should be a clear strategy for the energy policy. Germany has decided a couple of years ago to step out of nuclear power in 2022. It will be next year. And to finalize the coal power in between 2035 and 28. Most of them will close in 2030 and between 2030 and 2035. That means that is a need which we should establish in Ukraine too. After the energy strategy, there will be necessary a roadmap, how we go step by step, then to come to the result that this, I would say, parts of the transition should be done. That means which are the needs in the regions, what we should, what you as government should decide. We will advise you if you ask for that, what is possible, what is necessary, how we have learned our lessons, and what works in such a way. And in the end, I think there will be necessary also money, but it's not the first. The first is to communicate with the people, to explain them what is the way, how we go step by step, and what will be when. That means which time they have to be prepared. We have to offer them, the people, new possibilities for jobs. We have asking them and for ideas in their own areas what could be better. That means how we could make better living conditions in these areas. And at the end, I hope that we will achieve understanding in minimum and a support in maximum of this process, because there is no alternative. If the coal mines are not closed, you know the situation in Ukraine better than I. We know that the mines are not efficient enough to be competitive in the market. The coal goes to the end. And in the end, the budget of Ukraine is limited too. That means the subsidies increase and coal production is decreasing. It's not, how can I say it, a plan for the future. In this case, or in that way, I will say thank you very much for inviting me, and I will do my best with you, together with the Ukrainian government, to find the right answers on the questions which they are on the table. And I hope that we'll find a common way and a common strategy to fulfill the needs which should be done to make this process successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jyly. And we're moving on to Volodymyr Budinsky, President of Eurocoal.
Your Excellency Prime Minister Shmyhal, dear Excellency Special Envoy Mr. Jyly, dear Chief Executive Timchenko, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here in Kyiv to represent the Eurocoal, the European Association for Coal and Lignite. We have 26 members from EU member states and neighbor countries, with two very important Ukrainian members at the DTEK and Donetsk Steel. Other members from non-EU states are from Turkey and from Western Balkans. Coal really is a global industry, and wherever we look, the industry faces the very similar challenges. Cooperation on coal has been at the heart of European projects since 1959, when the European Coal and Steel Community was established. Over the years, almost 7 decades, much has changed. Today, when the European Union debates coal, it is mostly about more taxes and the eventual phase-outs. On top of that, the COVID-19 pandemic and the results economic crisis have hit the coal sector practically hard. In 2020, EU coal production fell by 19%, but has thankfully, during this year, bounced back given the high prices of natural gas. Now, the European Union is aiming to decarbonize over the next 3 decades. It will be a Herculean task. We cannot switch away from fossil fuels overnight. Today, coal is still an indispensable fuel for electricity generation in many countries, delivering baseload power that guarantees supply security. It also delivers flexible power to balance the growing share of renewables. At the same time, coal has contributed massively to decarbonization. Since 1990 in EU, the coal-related CO2 emissions have reduced more than 70%. Then that trend will surely continue, and we can expect the end of coal combustion in EU before 2050. Tomorrow, the 14th of July, will be an important day for the European Union. Not just because France will celebrate the Bastille Day, but because the European Commission will publish its proposals to reach the EU's ambitious climate targets for 2030 and 2050. Inevitably, this will include another reform of the EU emission trading system, or ETS, how it's shortened. At Eurocall, we have always cautiously welcomed emissions trading, which should be a market-based system, not subject to political interference. Frankly speaking, it has become an enormous burden for the coal sector. At over €50 per ton of CO2, it is tough for any one coal user in Europe. Poorer member states have found it very challenging to pay what is effectively 200% tax on coal. My advice to you today is to focus on the future, innovate as quickly as possible, diversify your generation portfolio, invest in people, and keep all options open. While the ETS has certainly reduced greenhouse gas emissions from the power sector and energy-intensive industries, decarbonization means action in the many other sectors who must now contribute to their fair share. This means the climate challenge will have impact on the daily lives of people everywhere, including ordinary voters. The home heating and driving will become more expensive as government policies drive customers to use more and more electricity in place of fossil fuels. Let's hope that this energy revolution will be more peaceful than that in France 2 centuries ago. For us, it's extremely important to have a fair emission trading system, one that shares the cost burden of decarbonization fairly between poorer and richer member states, as well as between the different sectors of the economy. The coal industry is diversifying. Our members, our Eurocall members, are becoming energy companies with mixed portfolios. Many invest in renewables, in new gas plants, in energy storage, and some even look to invest into hydrogen. I am coming from the Czech Republic, and Czech Republic is planning to build a new nuclear power stations. We must make sure that the people and skills that build the coal industry are now put to good use in new, greener world. As the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, has said, there will be either a just transition or no transition at all. And his words are true for Ukraine as they are for EU members. The road towards decarbonization is a political decision. It is only fair to receive political support when making this massive transformation into the unknown direction. We cannot predict the energy system of 2050, but I can promise you that it will be better, just like our world now is better than it was in 1952, when King coal in Europe dominated. I am confident that Ukraine will master the challenges ahead. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Mr. Budinsky. And now I'm honored to invite here to the stage Maxim Timchenko, CEO of DTEK.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister, dear guests, great honor for us to host you here as a participants of 4th International Coal Conference. Just 4 years ago, we had the first conference, and the major topics of this was about technologies, about development of the industry, about sharing experience with Poland and other players of this industry. But we have one important message from Mr. Thorsten Wollert. I hope that he is with us somewhere, where he introduced vision of European Union and EU initiatives, coal regions in transition. It was something new, but it opens the whole discussion about transition of coal industry here in Ukraine. Definitely for the DTEK, as a largest coal producer in this country, the whole story about coal region transition is matter of our future. Just recently in December last year, we presented our long-term strategy, 2030. And one of the major messages from this strategy was transformation. And by our example, we trying to show to the whole country and the whole industry is that we cannot ignore the global topic #1 is climate change. And today we're on this way transforming the DTEK from #1 coal producer to #1 renewable producer in this country. And definitely we feel all responsibility for the regions where we worked for many years and developed this industry. I remember our words 15 years ago when our company was set, is that coal has future, it can be developed, it has economically justified value for the economy. And after 15 years, we are saying that coal have definite future. So it's ending story. And to end this story, we all should be responsible. For people working for these companies, for the regions where these people live, and for all economic diversity we should bring to these regions. Just 1 year ago, we realized the first initiative for the Dnipro region, where we tried to develop methodology, how to make this transformation, how to create new jobs, new businesses, small businesses, and new production, and give people living in these regions very confident view of their future. And I think this is not only important for the government and for those agencies responsible for it, but this is our responsibility, company working on this. And I'm really appreciated to our European partners that Ukraine became, with the support of Eurocall and with your active participation, an observer for EU coal region in transition initiative. But what is more important for us is that these initiatives move further and transfer to coal regions initiative for Western Balkans in Ukraine. So we're part of this discussion already. And we welcome in the first annual conference taken just 3 weeks ago on this initiative. And I think that Ukraine should play a very active role discussing and sharing experience with our partners from Poland, from Germany, from European countries, and bring in not only technologies and methodologies, but also financing, because we all should realize that for Ukraine, it's quite an important part in our life, and it requires a lot of funding as well. But as it was rightly said, money is not all. What is important is that businesses like DTEK should be the driver of this process, and we should be one of active participants and bring in all possible contribution from private sector for this transition. Future of DTEK is built on ESG principles, on values, on transformation, and definitely will be part of this transformation of coal industry in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your support, for your attention, and I'm very much confident with the support of Ukrainian Prime Minister that it will stay one of the topics of political agenda of Ukraine, and we can achieve a lot of positive results, first of all, for these regions with active participation of corporate sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timchenko. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude to Denis Shmyhal, Prime Minister of Ukraine, for being here and delivering our welcoming speech, and of course to all the other VIP participants of this discussion panel. For now, we are announcing a 5-minute technical break. Зараз оголошується невеличка 5-хвилинна технічна перерва.
We proceed to our next panel discussion, which is fair transformation of coal regions, opportunities for diversification of monoprofile cities. So first of all, let me tell you that this is a highly important topic, not only for citizen regions, coal mining cities and towns, but also industrial towns and cities that by the end of the 90s went down together with the industrial objects. And even until now, there are many areas that depend on specific production. So experience of coal regions can be used by them to look for diversification, strengthening investment, and strengthening the potential of communities. Dear colleagues, please proceed to take place in your respective seats. There will be more time for networking and photo taking. There will be a time allocated for photo shoots. And I invite to the panel Stavchuk, head of the SOAL organization Astar. Also in the participation, there will be Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories, Roman Lukeri, who will join us a little later, coordinator of the sector of energy efficiency and climate change, battling GIZ, Krzysztof Tadarescu, head of the project of engagement of Ukraine to just transformation of coal region from World Bank, Oleksiy, who will be joining us online. Secretariat of Initiative Transformation of Coal Regions of Western Balkans and Ukraine, Ildar, who will be joining us online as well. Executive Director of DTEK and NERCO, Iryna, and Marnograd Donetsk Mayor Oleksandr who will also be joining us online. Oleg? So, thank you. I understand that this stretch of the event is very difficult because it's up to lunch, but it's even if it's third, it's not the less than importance. We've talked a lot about the experience, including experience of Poland, Germany. If we talk about figures and numbers, Germany did its first steps in 1957 in this direction, and the horizon is 2038, their horizon. If we do a simple arithmetic, we see 81 years that it's going to take them. Poland spent less time to achieve this goal from 1992 to 49. So we have about 30 years of transformation. Seeing the experience of our colleagues, we can tackle this distance in great stride. So diversification means what has economy found instead of mining for coal. And it's an interesting experience, and I hope that our colleague here today will share some of it. How did German communities, how did they found new alternative to fossil energy sources? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me here. Thank you very much for this organization of these events. I think it's always good to see also, as the CEO of DTEK has said, it's the fourth time to meet on the subject, and things have evolved from a technical discussion to today's state of discussion. And rightly so, also Prime Minister Shmyhal said that this is a process which is very important for the country. So it has been for Germany also. Mr. Tillich was explaining the process in Germany. It was also a long-lasting process, and it was from the very beginning also very clear that you have to involve all stakeholders in this process. If you let someone out, the process will not run in a proper way. There will be social disbalance. There will be a lack of understanding, a lack of acceptance. So the most important part, and I will come to that later, is about the proper dialogue and the proper communication with all involved people in this process. If you allow me, I would like to introduce what German government has decided to do in order to support Ukraine in the just transition process. I will make a short presentation on that. Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, why not? As Mr. Tillich has said, last year we have signed the strategic partnership, energy partnership between Germany and Ukraine. We have within this energy partnership 5 working groups, and one of the working groups is addressing the area of just transition. We have other working groups which are related to system integration. We have renewables in there. We have also, of course, the cooperation with Ukraine on hydrogen development. So there are several working groups. One is related to that, what is the support from the German government on just transition. At the same time, it is the biggest project which is financed by the German Ministry for Economy and Energy in this bilateral partnership with Ukraine. The figures have been already announced by Mr. Tillich, and we as GIZ, we are commissioned to implement this project in Ukraine. Early on last year, we already together with the Ukrainian government decided on 2 pilot locations. This has been the response of the commitment of Chancellor Merkel to President Zelensky to support those 2 pilot regions, and we implement these 2 pilot projects. But I would like to make one remark. This is not about 2 pilot projects. We would like to work together with local communities, and we will have also on these 2 locations a cluster approach. That means we will invite other communities to take part in the process. And by the same time, we try to say that we dare try to create a model which then could be applied also to other locations throughout the regions of Ukraine. You might ask yourself why the German government is doing such an effort on that. I think it is very much related to your opening statement. It is because Germany has this experience throughout the society in over 60 years of transformation of the coal regions. And now it is visible that this whole coal area is coming to an end. And in some cases, the solutions which have been found were very good and created a future for this location. In other cases, they were not so good. So we learned both in Germany. What has been a good result, what has been successful, and what has been less successful in this process. So very much also, especially through Mr. Tillich, we would like to share this experience with all stakeholders in Ukraine. And when I say all stakeholders in Ukraine, I would like to say that this is an extremely important thing. We were discussing about a roadmap, a vision, how the Ukrainian future energy mix should look alike. And we would like to strongly support that, first of all, it should be a roadmap which will start 2040, 2050, whenever the political decision is there, and then to go back and to understand what do we have to do along this road in order to achieve this result by 2040 or 2050. And this is the second point, cannot be done by the state alone. Such companies as DTEK and other companies in Ukraine have to align the forces and to align the process together with the state. It cannot run differently, otherwise you will always have problems in the process. We have 5 fields of action within this project. The project, from its beginning, when I started to develop the concept, was very much the understanding and experience from other processes which I have been through in my professional life. So I, from the very beginning, said we have to cover the socio-economic dimension. We have to cover the structural change dimension, which is very much local and regional dimension. And we have to cover the energy policy, energy transformation dimension. So this was the main starting point for the development of the concept. In these 5 fields of action, we first look at the political dialogue. This is mainly the role of Mr. Stanislav Tillich, together with your Prime Minister and other ministers of the cabinet. But also with the other stakeholders. In the second area and the second field of action, we very much look forward to do first the analysis of the legal and non-legal framework for the closing of mine, but not only for the closing of mine, also for creating the ground for the future investments on a local level, in order to understand better what property rights and so far and so forth have to deal with it. And also the strategy, the direction of this process. The third field of action is very much related to the structural change on local and regional level. And there we kind of want to see what are the situation, very specific situation in each and every location, to understand what could be the factors of development for each location, because each location is very different. In some areas with mono-cities, you have a different perspective than in areas which have also other industries and can also benefit from these industries, like in those mono-cities. And there is also all related to the energy market, energy mix development, to the analysis of those issues, and also to the support to the local communities for professional development of miners and for young people and education and also academia, and all these things will happen within this area of action. So there is a lot in it, and there will be the most work done within this project. And very much connected to this core of the project is and the Prime Minister Shmyhal mentioned it already, we will start to build up the multi-donor trust fund for just transition in Ukraine. This fund is to be understood as a fund which only partially covers the past, because the past is also a responsibility of the companies, of the government, but also, of course, we would like to give some support to that. But more of it is to be understood as a green recovery fund. So it's directed to the future. What can be done? What kind of new developments can be supported with the money coming from the international community with this fund? And of course, it is clear, and there is a clear commitment also from Ukrainian side that the Ukrainian government will participate in this fund. So every stakeholder, every international financing institution is in discussion with us to contribute to this fund. We will, of course, use all this money in the way that we also combine that what is the phase out of coal with modern technologies. Professor Butler said this morning there is an immediate connection between exit of coal and, for example, hydrogen technology. Yes, but there are also other technologies and other future technologies which can be part of this new story. And the fifth, and for me one of the most important components and fields of action of this program is addressed to communication. According to our experience, most of the social unrest and most of the difficult times each and every transformation process has passed through was related to miscommunication or non-communication. We heard about what happened in UK, we heard about what happened also in France. So there is a lot of tension within this long-lasting process. And therefore, we will pay special attention within this project to the area of communication. Last but not least is I would like to convey the message that we are here to support. We are making a process more accessible for our partners. And of course, there will be difficult decision on Ukrainian side, but there is at this point in time, according to our understanding, no economical feasible solution for the future if the country stays like this in producing the coal at very high prices, less coal, higher prices, higher subventions. This is, of course, a structural problem which has to be solved. The sooner, the better, the more future we can create for the miners and especially for the children, the more you will be able to save these local communities. And this is our support to the Ukrainian government. I would be glad, of course, to answer any question if there is any. And thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you.
If you allow two questions. So the example that we've seen in Germany is you created innovative clusters in Sachsen, and it's a popular story, and Bottrop, an interesting story. It's one of the most successful projects that was finalized in 2020. So to what extent do you think these stories can be showcased in Ukraine as well and be followed in Ukraine?
In presence of Mr. Tillich, I will not speak about Sachsen. I will speak about maybe Bottrop. But I think that we had last week our first visit together with Mr. Tillich to Chernovograd. And we saw in two mines which are very close to each other, we saw two completely different situations. So as I mentioned before, you have to look really on the ground what is there and to understand is for what the demand can be there. I will give you an example how we look, for example, in the situation in Chernovograd. With the project which was presented my dear colleague Ima this morning, we are very deeply involved in the area of energy efficiency. So what we do, we skill people. We created energy innovation hubs on 3 universities. We are working on communal level, more than 100 communes in Ukraine. So we have learned the lesson to work on the local level to create energy management system, but most of all to train people. We have trained for the energy efficiency fund more than 300 energy auditors. Yes. What I see is in such a city like Chernovograd, there is a lot of need to renovate energy efficient the buildings. So we can reskill miners in, for example, construction, new construction profiles and jobs with the latest technology on energy efficiency. The city with public and private buildings will need energy efficient renovation. Yes, as you can see with OpenEye. So what we will do is to try to skill the people, to keep them there, and to offer them new jobs in the construction business, because there is a technical understanding there. So it will be a rather easy process to bring these people to understand this is a very good profession. You can go into this direction. This is just a practical example how we could combine the needs of a city or the needs of a community with new jobs for the miners. And I think these are the models which have been also successful in Germany.
And if you allow one more question. Successfully, Germany uses the bioenergy market bioenergy plants, and they grow different willows, energy willows, and other crops. So energy sector of Germany joined. How successfully in Germany, energy plants, energy crops?
Well, partially, I would say, because we have to understand that Germany has a different view on biomass, generally speaking. So in Germany, biomass is not CO2 neutral, and therefore not considered to be a green source of energy because it's still producing CO2. Germany is successful in all the other areas, but biofuels and biomass is not a very important role. But this is the difference also to other European countries. For in other European countries, biofuels are green production. So from that perspective, but let me come back to Ukraine on this issue. Ukraine is doing, and I think not many are observing, is doing very well in developing biogas and biofuel generation capacities. And there is a good reason for it, because there is a lot of biomass in Ukraine, and that can be used properly. Of course, we have to be careful if we are discussing then a biomass from forestry, because that is also an area which is critical. But other than that, all that what is coming out of agriculture is for Ukraine a best source because it's there and you can use it. And by the way, I saw this very good example in a small city near Vinica, where a small village has decided to operate its public institutions with a biomass generation. And that works very fine because they have a lot of biomass in this area.
Thanks a lot. I would like to ask then a question to Madam Tatiana. Let's say social responsible business, which DTEK considers itself to be now. You are very systemic in how you work with Western Donbass, so the whole region, Pavlograd, So what were the steps that you see for yourself when you work with those communities and those territories in the future, at least in the 10-year horizon?
Is this the question, or is this the invitation to my performance? Yeah, it's a short question. The key is two things. First, we have a clear understanding when the mines will be closed in the Western Donbass. We have a plan for that. And some things we have already implemented, some things are planned. We are also thinking how to be with the territories where our heat power stations are working. And that's the dialogue to which we're inviting everybody, because it's even more complicated region, because these territories depend on water separations, and the stations have this water. If we understand that these stations are closed, maybe not in the near future, but in the distant future, That's a necessary condition, that in joint effort with the authorities, we have to think of the options. Not always these options are clear, and to move there with common effort. To quickly answer your question, for coal regions where we have mines, it's more or less understandable what we need to do in terms of our steps. And we're talking with regional authorities how to move in the direction of cities, that even if the stations continue working, in any case, the systems of heat and water supply would be independent from the stations. We're not talking only about these 5 oblasts. It's Lvov, Ivano-Frankivsk, Zaporizhia, Dnipro, and Donetsk Oblast. Yes, exactly. Irrespective of how these stations will work, we have to think about what's happening now, because there are very advanced mayors there. They are thinking how to transfer electricity to some electric provision independent. Yeah, thanks God they're thinking about many things already now. Thank you. Your presentation. Would you mind if I stand here so I can see the screen? Please, could you turn on my presentation? So at the moment, we are in the first place working in the Western Donbass, where we have 11 coal communities. And on the territories where we have mines closing, Shtashkova and Blagodatna, they are in the biggest priority. These are the 3 priority communities: Peshetravinskaya, Nikolaevskaya, and Petropavlovskaya. That's where we, with trade unions, all stakeholders, all authorities have started this process. So let me open up a thing which is known for everybody. The most serious, it's of course social risks. At the moment, when we have the mines closing, there are 2,000 employees in the mine. So we have redistributed the existing employees to other DTEK companies. Some 930 employees have received new workplaces. More than 700 are still working on the mines because closing is a lengthy process, so they will continue to be there. 120 retired, and some 110 they left the company on mutual agreement. So at the moment, we don't have the problem with employability and unemployment. That's the most important aspect. But we understand that in several years, we will have other mines closing. So we have already announced publicly about it. We have had press conference. We explained which transformation processes are expecting the region and started to move in this direction. So we now have the following problem. We understand that the local authorities, local communities depend more than by 50% from the taxes received from mines, which are to be closed. So we have to help the territories to think in the direction of the economic diversification. That's one big question, very serious. And the second one, as everywhere, we have coal boiler houses. When there will be no coal, you'll have to heat up the towns somewhere. So we have to think with the authorities what will substitute this coal, what economic solution can be prepared so we can substitute coal with something else. So we are developing energy effectiveness programs using alternative energy, and with all the stakeholders, including GIZ and other donors, we are planning a lot and a lot of cooperation. How we work. We understand the more people we will invite into this process, the more successful will be the result. That's why we started from the information policy. before, it's not clear for the people what will be their future. But there is a second aspect. When we made public our plans, we called stress on the territory because people started to think what is waiting for them, whether they're going to live here, whether they should be leaving from here. It started to be more clear, it started to be a big challenge for the youth, whether they want to stay there. So we saw that in a number of places, the prices for housing went down. So these things have to be thought over to understand which reaction of the population will follow. That's why in the beginning we had a big meeting. We collected all the members, all the chiefs of the local communities, explained to them what is planned, explained them what we will do. We called them for a dialogue. The first meeting was complicated because preliminary we already worked with somebody, with some not, and forever when you have the announcement that every time you have big changes, people negatively react. Then we made some working groups in the priority territories, communities for the programs of fair transition. We have some 200 people participating in this process. In the working groups, there are 60 participants, in which we have the representatives of the authorities, trade unions, representatives of business, small, large, and NGOs. Once again, we see how much needs to be explained to the people because we separately have the work with trade unions, with trade union leaders, explaining what it is. And here we are thankful to some of the participants of our today's discussion. They were helping us in this. Education is very important. And when DTEK talks about it as a private company, this may cause different reactions from the point of view of interest. When it's coming from the deputy minister of the regional policy or ecology and explains what is waiting for the country, the decarbonization is the process which we are already in and we can't go back. This is perceived in a different light. So we understand that such kind of meetings, this thorough work is very much important in this aspect. Here, I would like to ask you to turn on video. We had a business game conducted during which the participants looked for solutions. Which workplaces can be composed on this territory?
Показаны идеи, на которые вышли в итоге игры.
So to finalize, I would like to mention that in some sense we are still in the beginning of this road because we analyzed what we have on our territories. We have composed the profiles of these communities, the investment passwords. There will be the website where we'll have all this information available, and we're looking for some project solutions. We're developing projects to increase value, usage of waste. And it's very important, the partnership of regions, because it's very nice when several regions they can solve problems like planting energy trees on the territories which you can't use, creating the system of managing and recycling of solid waste. What else I wanted to add? I think we could engage in the process the chiefs of the territories. So we see that our example will be important for all. Hromadas is one of the most active in this work. It has become one of the 7 pilot communities for this fair transformation for the whole country. So we are very happy we greet them with this. Understand that when you start it yourself, you can achieve something. With this, I think I could finish. If there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Many thanks. Your applause, please, for the great performance and for the great work done. And today we have several more participants joining us online. So I would like to propose the next performance of Lex Huderman to attract Ukraine with the initiative for the fair transformation from the World Bank.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon to discuss a just transition for coal regions and the possibilities for the economic diversification of mono towns and regions. For many decades, the prime energy sources in Ukraine were non-renewable natural resources such as nuclear, natural gas, and coal. However, due to the changing climate insights and policies, price conditions, and the introduction of new technologies, the share of non-renewable resources in the energy balance of Ukraine is decreasing. The coal industry has been one of the basic sectors of the Ukrainian economy, but it has been in decline for a long time now. Trends today, both in Ukraine and globally, suggest that the unit cost of coal production will continue to rise, while demand is dropping as a result of more competitive energy alternatives. It now makes financial sense to build out a combination of renewable energy and gas. Mines are closing, not as a result of governments declaring a transition away from coal, but rather because the commercial viability is draining away and mines are moving to loss-making positions. Recognizing that phasing out coal is part of a broader energy transition, Ukraine should now give priority to least cost planning and the avoidance of locking in new stranded assets, while developing a comprehensive and long-term energy transition strategy that includes the restructuring, decarbonization, and financial viability of its gas, power, and district heating sectors, the enhanced energy efficiency and demand-side management, the development of hydrogen economy, as well as the sequencing of coal mine closure. Phasing out coal mines also impacts the workers, communities, and regions in which these mines operate. And workers and other stakeholders are beginning to advocate to shift to just transition assistance to mitigate their being left behind within socio-economically lagging coal regions. The World Bank supports energy transitions in coal regions using a methodology based on lessons learned from past World Bank coal sector loans in Ukraine, in Poland, Romania, and Russia, ongoing engagements across Europe and globally, together with observations taken from additional case studies in other regions of Europe, United Kingdom, United States, and China. The bank's work in these regions led to the recognition that a successful and just transition for all must be built upon 3 thematic pillars. First, institutional governments, and people and communities, and then environmental remediation and repurposing of lands and assets. And this framework has 3 phases. Pre-closure planning, in which transition strategies, roadmaps, and the identification of early pilot transition projects are underpinned by extensive baseline and analytical work. Closure is a complex set of coordinated actions by the enterprise, the government at all levels, and many broader stakeholders across communities and civil society organizations, as well as private sector investors. And finally, regional transition, in which broader socio-economic transformations can last 10 to 20 years easily in any one region. And these phases and 3 thematic pillars form the World Bank 3x3 framework for support to energy transitions in coal regions. Now let me address the possibilities for the economic diversification of monotowns and regions. Without planning for closure and assessments of redevelopment risks, the post-closure phase is often limited to land reclamation, comprising recontouring of lands, installation of simple drainage systems, and decontamination of land services. However, by implementing good practices that serve as the basis of the global coal mine closure standards, the highest value of the closed mine and the associated service resources can be ensured. To reinforce the 3x3 approach, the World Bank has been preparing a broad set of coal mine closure standards, toolkits to improve assessments of options for post-mining lands and physical assets, and tools and other knowledge resources for improved assessment of social protection and community-driven smart villages. Repurposing of the mine site and potential use of the land and other resources, such as remaining gas and water resources at present, offer a considerable future value. For example, the void space may then be used for storage of natural gas or for carbon dioxide sequestration, storage facilities, data centers, tourist attraction, etc. As mines close, a formalized assessment and evaluation of the remaining assets and natural resources are crucial to the determination of an appropriate level of investment in the sustainable future uses of mined lands. Mined lands must be rehabilitated to the point where they become attractive again for investors, while former employees of the mines are retrained for new roles. And I would like to illustrate that point through an example of the use of land repurposing methodology, which is visible in the previous slide, and then with the help of a GIS application called LURA for land classification, which is the key to an organized assessment of the potential and planning for the highest use of the lands. The land repurposing methodology has several steps, applied in this example to a closed mine in Greece, arriving at a land repurposing master plan. In the process, it matches the land properties with potential land utilization options from LURA, produces a strategic environmental impact assessment to guide land repurposing planning and allow for pre-licensing of utilization typologies, and presents successive drafts of the master plan for stakeholder engagements. A just transition for all within coal regions can last for years. The World Bank methodology supports governments and coal regions using a programmatic approach, working in partnership with other development organizations and deploying a variety of landing instruments across 3 phases: pre-closure planning, closure, and regional transition. Each phase can vary in duration from one region to the next, given the unique socio-economic conditions. The World Bank, in consultation with the Coal Transition Project Office, the Ministry of Energy, and the Ministry of Territories and Community Development, and other relevant stakeholders, is currently formulating technical assistance for the pre-closure planning phase, aimed at strengthening institutional governance, planning and preparation, drafting transition strategies, defining transition projects, and undertaking baseline assessments that will lead to coal mine closure and economic transformation projects. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Дякуємо, пане Хордеман. Якщо можна, то єдине питання.
Many thanks, Mr. Huderman. So, which amounts the World Bank, if it's not a secret, which figures are meant for Ukraine to support Ukraine in this endeavor?
Well, currently we are discussing technical assistance, which will partly be funded from a trust fund, a grant from a trust fund, and partly from an existing lending project in the electricity sector that we have, where some of the activities are eligible. But we are considering for the next phases, for the closure and particularly the economic transformation, the setup of a much larger fund, which is not just meant for Ukraine, because Ukraine is not unique in this respect. There are many countries in the world where coal mine phasing out and coal mine closure is taking place. To the World Bank, this is an extremely important topic. So we are considering the setup of a very, very large fund to support projects across the world, including in Ukraine, depending on the outcome of the discussions taking place at the moment and the technical assistance that we're executing.
Добре, дякуємо. І у нас сьогодні
Thank you very much. And we also have online one other speaker. It's Ildar. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Hi, everybody. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ildar. I'm very grateful for the invitation to this event, and I'll be presenting you the Secretariat of the Initiative for Coal Regions in Transition in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. And before that, I would like to say a couple of words about the initiative. So if you would please put my slides on the screen, I would be very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So indeed, the Initiative for Coal Regions in Transition in the Western Balkans and Ukraine was launched last December, so in December 2020. And its main objective is to support coal regions in EU neighboring countries, so obviously Ukraine, but also Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. It has mainly 5 overarching objectives. First is to create an open platform to enable exchanges. So building on that, and there's an exchange also, and several exchanges are set up and implemented within this initiative between EU coal regions and then counterparts in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. Thirdly, there's also an objective on building capacity, and this is done through the Coal Regions Learning Academy. I'll be able to then share the link, but there are already some information available online. Then it's about also providing technical assistance. You heard just now a presentation from the World Bank, and indeed this is also a part of the activity that the initiative is offering to the regions in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. And last but not least is also to help coal regions in accessing financing for transition projects and all programs, for instance. So next slide, please. The Initiative for Coal Regions in Transition in the Western Balkans and Ukraine is managed by the European Commission, main contact point being DG Energy, so the Directorate General for Energy, and also DG NEAR. But there's also 6 collaborating international partners, which are listed on the screen. First of all, the World Bank, then the Energy Community Secretariat, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD, the European Investment Bank, EIB, the Poland's National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, and then the College of Europe in Italy. You have a link also provided here with more information on the initiative if you want to know more about it. Then I will talk now about the Secretariat and its activities. Next slide, please. So the Secretariat was launched in February 2021, so this year, earlier, a few months after the launch of the initiative. The main contact points is the Secretariat. So any questions or any requests that you may have, for instance, regarding the initiative, you can of course, send an email to us, the Secretariat. You can see the email address here on the screen. We'll be very happy to answer any of your questions or query and then forward them to either the European Commission or the other international partners. We have a website with a bit more information also about the initiative and the Secretariat. We are a consortium of different organizations, as you can see. So I'm working at ECORIS, a consultancy based in Brussels. And you can see on the screen different pictures of my colleagues, so part and members of the Secretariat. We are, of course, linking with the EU Co-Region Transition Initiative, so the sister initiative of this initiative for Western Balkans and Ukraine. We'll also have energy transition experts working with us, communication experts, event experts, and also people really working on the co-region exchange program that I will be detailing a bit further in a few minutes. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the Secretariat are quite straightforward and also build on the objective of the initiative. First of all, we are here to enable dialogue, multi-level and multi-stakeholder dialogue on policy framework, practices, and financing for successful energy transition. Then we are here also to promote political dialogue, visibility and momentum around the transition agenda. As you may imagine, in the all the core regions also having discussions and also discussion around the political dialogue. That's very important that we promote as Secretariat and through the initiative. We're also here to facilitate the development of strategies and projects in the regions through peer learnings, knowledge exchange, knowledge sharing, and exchanges of best practices. We exist as a focal point for core regions, the Western Balkans and Ukraine. So as I said before, any questions you may have regarding the initiative, you can address them to the email address, and we'll be happy to forward any of your requests or query. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about when we talk about core regions? It's important to put them on the map. So we have done a preliminary screening of the regions, so you can see them on the screen. This is, of course, open to suggestions, so any other regions are welcome to join if they wish to. And the initiative is at their disposal to really engage and to promote any activity of the initiative. So these also regions are providing on the website of the initiative. So if you want to know more about it, I invite you also to look at the website. Next slide, please. When it comes to the task of Secretariat, one task is very important related to communication. So communicating to local stakeholders is very important. So we have a specific task on stakeholder identification, management, and engagement. First of all, we are here to also build a database of stakeholders to establish a relationship with them. So we are looking at a very wide range of stakeholders, starting from state, regional, and local authorities. Then also coal and coal-related private sector institutions, civil society organizations, including youth organizations, for instance, trade unions and social partners also very much included in the loop. Also academic institutions and more on research side. So we really want to get involved and to reach out and promote the work of the initiative and to involve also a wide range of stakeholders. We are also implementing different type of communication activities. I mentioned the webpage before. Also, we are present on social media, and also press releases. We'll be also making videos. And if you're interested to know more about the initiative, there will be a newsletter also that will be shared and also webinars organized. We are also having a network of communication experts. So we have 6 local communication experts, so including Ukraine, to reach to all stakeholders on the ground, as it's very important to also discuss and keep the dialogue open and channel of communication open with local stakeholders. On the next slide, we will be seeing the next and the other part of the task of the Secretariat, which is organization of events. As you may know, we have organized an annual meeting about 3 weeks ago on the top of the initiative and in its activities. So it was a very fruitful event with more than 30 speakers, 10 sessions. Also, we had 400 pre-event registrations, about 240 participants attending on both days. If you hadn't had the chance to participate to the events, I invite you to look at the recordings if you wish to. We had also the pleasure to invite DTEK also to be part of the session. So it was a very fruitful exchange. We will be also organizing local workshops in Western Balkans and Ukraine. This will come later in the year or rather next year. But this is also contributing to our objective to reach out and promote the work of the initiative and to discuss with local stakeholders. We also provide interpretation in local languages, and we also help the College of Europe in Natolin in organizing the Core Learning Academy. Next slide, you will see our last but not least task, which is the Core Region Exchange Program, which really aims at enabling and fostering an exchange of knowledge, experiences, good practices between core regions in Western Balkans and Ukraine and EU core regions. This was launched about 3 weeks ago during the annual meeting. So this is a possibility to have delegations of public authorities alongside energy companies, industry, trade unions, academia, civil society from different core regions to learn from each other. It will be an in-depth, flexible, needs-based exchange of short, medium, and or long-term periods. You can see on the table that there's a different type of exchanges. So as I mentioned, long-term exchange, so for about a year, we have with different meetings and covering different topics. Or this could be also medium-term exchange, so about 3 to 6 months with less topics and meetings, but really focus on specific challenge or needs, and then a short-term exchange for really very specific focused exchange between, for instance, a Ukrainian region and, I don't know, a Polish region, for instance. It can be either a combination of physical and also online physical meetings with online components. We hope to also organize as much as physical meeting as possible because it's always good to meet in person. The applications are available in all languages of the initiative, so including in Ukrainian. I will share the link later if you wish to give it a look and look at the application form in case you are interested in the region, in the exchange program. Applications are, the deadline to submit them is the 15th of September. So I encourage you, if you wish to know more or to apply, to send us an email. We'll be happy to reply to your questions if you have any, and to also process your application. So this is it. That was my last slides. I'm also happy to answer any of your questions if you have any. And yeah, thank you again.
Пані Заль, з вашого дозволу, одне питання.
One small question. In Ukraine, 90 territorial communities are somehow belonging to production and extraction of coal. 61 communities are extracting coal. The government of Ukraine has selected 8 territorial communities. Do you have some concrete indicators how many communities from Ukraine are meant to participate in your project, whether you will be working with all communities or with several of them?
Thank you for your question. At the moment, we are of course open to collaborate and cooperate with any own communities which are facing the challenges in the energy transition. At the moment, we haven't had the chance to get in direct contact with these communities. as we are, as the initiative was really launched officially in December and the Secretariat started working in February. But you know, with the, I hope that through the exchange program and also the local workshops, we'll be able to establish a long-term dialogue also with these communities.
Будь ласка, є запитання?
One more question.
I have a question. We are now working with a number of regions to develop economic programs, economic development programs, including some projects. So if in one or the other region there is a project which is sound enough to be discussed with banks, with international banks, how can they approach you? How can they use your initiative to help them to really get funding, to get maybe advice, so to come to a bankable project? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I hope I understood well your question. It was a bit of a connection issue on my end, perhaps. But I would say that the first step would be to send an email to the Secretariat, as we are the focal point, you know, and then we target or we send the question to a dedicated international partner. So either the World Bank, the EBRD, or the EIB, for instance, as there are 3 banks members of the or managing the initiative. So addressing the question, I think, to the Secretariat is the first step. In case the person or the stakeholder is not used to, or doesn't know, or doesn't have contact, you know, within this institution. So yes, I would say sending an email to the Secretariat, and then we'll follow up.
Добре, дякую вам за те, що ви були сьогодні.
Right, thank you for being with us. Thank you for the info. And of course, a very important presentation and a vision of a person who directly every day talks with communities, talks with the projects, development-related projects. Ivan Lukera, Deputy Minister on Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. So it's going to be one of the summarizing presentations. There used to be a clicker somewhere here. Right. So I'm going to be having a short presentation. Maybe there will be a Q&A later. There will be one head of the communities intervention, and then the final discussion. So it's a big day for discussion and transformation of the coal regions. A lot of discussions, and there were some of the political declarations resounding, and that means that we understand where to go, what are the key tasks that we face. And basically this conference and the attendance means that the governmental policy in terms of transformation of the coal mining regions, as in the main topics, as in the title of this discussion, is reviewed and viewed on quite a high level. This is very important because issues like fair transition in mono cities, reforms of the coal industry, that all is impossible without support of the political leadership. So it's important. And the main problem in terms of coal regions, which was widely discussed here, I'm not going to reiterate the same thing, but it's just that this has a direct impact on local self-governance and regions. In particular, like a community Gherska in Luhansk region, dependence of them on Pervans-Vugilya coal mines is 96%. And the revenue tax, including, what's revenue tax from physical persons? That means almost all of the social sphere depends on it. The general fund of the local self-governance funds, which is generated from revenue tax, funds healthcare, utilities, primary healthcare, hospitals, all the technical personnel in schools, all of the people and employees from kindergartens, and also the payroll for local self-governance and a lot more. So territorial agencies, social welfare, all that is from revenue tax. And so if that source of revenue to local budget is absent, then there will be no rescue from any interbudgetary transfers. And it's a collapse in the community. So just one example. There are different levels of dependence in terms of local self-governance, depending from revenue tax, from collected from minors. It's different, but it's significant in almost in every community. Let's take more than 20 of them, seriously dependent. For Chernyshov, 30 to 40%. It's hugely big number for a city of 80% population. And 20% for 100,000 population is in Pavlograd is also very high numbers because of the scale. If you calculate the number of agencies that have to be supported, social infrastructure that has to be upkept, these minus 20% revenue tax in general local budget, that means that local self-governance doesn't fulfill its functions. So potentially it can impact the interbudgetary transfers, the need to allocate subventions. That means that, again, that negative impact on state budget right after the shutting down of the coal mine. So a fair transition or just transition, long-term fair transition is much more than important and relevant. And our task in the ministry as a key task of this program is to answer this simple question, which has a very complicated context, but the question is how to replace these revenues into the local budget. With what to replace these revenues? Geography is also quite wide. Directly, more than 850,000 people living in those communities depending from coal mining, so 850. If we talk about mostly employees and their families, like 300,000 by 4. That means that their daily family functioning depending on the paycheck at the end of the month. So globally, 1 million people depending on that. So that's the scale we've faced. That's the scale we have to work with. So therefore, for us, it's the main stages here are important for us. The key stage is planning and preparation of strategic documents. If you take standard guidelines of the World Bank, then the key stage is the planning, which takes up to 2 or 3 years. So currently we don't have that much time. We have to come up faster with the planning and designing of the key strategic documents, the concept, the intent, declaration of intent, the concept, but there should be a state target program, earmarked program. It's a document that answers not just the question where, but how, what will be the projects, what will be the funding, what's the scope of the funding, etc. And so if by now we have some understanding how to resolve the basic problems and challenges, environment, water quality, heat, etc. So the regional level, the local self-governance is not in the boat. So there is only the replacement of revenues. There are 2 approaches how to decrease the dependence of local budgets from coal production and mine operation. First of all, cut the spending, water supply, energy efficiency, utilities. Well, that's more or less understood and clear. For an average city or town, 100,000 inhabitants, to resolve the water water treatment, it's 150 million just water supply. And we have projects like this in almost every city. The problem of heat supply, replacement of boilers from coal to alternative sources, that is only for financially capable communities. Those are our growth points. And what new jobs will be created, what training will be provided. So that's why the planning is extremely important, and it's important to make it right. On the main spheres of the state program, it's basically mirroring the problems, engineering networks, the utilities, energy efficiency, water supply, again, environment. But the economic block is key importance. Creating jobs, which is a complex block, resolving, updating the academia, professional, technical schools, new professions introduced, which leads the need to update their material base, their equipment, equipment that can be used to train new jobs, short-term training courses, etc. So, in one of the stages is the quality of lodging and the social infrastructure, hospitals, preschool, schools, even the refurbishment of municipal transport lanes, because they are now tied to one set of routes from home to the mine and back. Then now the zoning effort should be there to cover new points, electricity net grids. So all of these complex of issues that will be in the basis of the state earmarked program. So one of these growth points now is the mechanism of industrial parks in Ukraine. Just yesterday, the committee, together with the Ministry of Economy, with the Kyiv committee, recommended to the parliament in general the idea about industrial parks that have to be together with fiscal incentives, because the draft bill provides some incentives, but it's not enough for the investors to be interested to make brownfield investments in using the infrastructure in mono cities. But such incentives as minimal infrastructure and refurbishment for other industrial capacities through state investments, that is an incentive. Reimbursement of grid connection, that's the second incentive that is in the draft bill. Full or partial reimbursement of interest rates on loans, that is the budgetary program in agriculture. That's the third incentive that is in the law. 11.4% is a huge difference for investors. That's interest rate, but that's not enough. In the package with this draft bill that hopefully is voted this week, if the parliament doesn't go through gerrymandering and legal spam. So fiscal incentives in autumn, customs law, 10 plus years exempt from revenue tax or profit tax, exemption from excises and for the equipment and to be installed in industrial parks. So this is a window of opportunity that's going to be open for brownfield mining industry. And our ministry has also supported an amendment that says that all industrial parks and all the industrial capacities can be already used for industrial parks. All the fiscal incentives will be received, even if the mining operation is to be shut down and is being shut down. It's like, because some industrial objects have a certain timeline, you cannot create an industrial park if this infrastructure has been used for more than 5 years. So in brownfield, in coal mining, you can create and register industrial parks. It's a very positive thing. And hopefully the parliament will support that because the committee has already supported that. And so on. So all other growth points, local self-governance, working with them, looking into social economic status in these 20 communities, 20 plus communities, employee profiles, assessment of training courses, training personnel. That's a huge body of work to be done in preparation, so that we can hope to have relevant answers to the questions we asked. An open question nowadays is how to fund it all. We have achieved some conceptual agreements, as far as I understand, regarding the multi-donor fund for this program. It's a very positive development. We're very thankful here to our international partners and a special representative to government of Germany, Mr. Jyly, in Ukraine. And again, this title and the position of the special ambassador, which boosted so greatly the decentralization reform as well, it's going to be very positive, I'm confident. So we just have to find the optimal balance of effective tools. How this fund should work, we have different experiences. Sometimes a separate institution is created. Sometimes a special budgetary program is created where you can also engage the money from international financial institutions and different budgetary instruments that exist in the EU. So that all has to be discussed, but that's obvious that the answer to this question should come this year. So that's where I hope that we'll continue reaching it this year to create a donor fund in the coal region. So we have some strategic document and a financial tool for its implementation. As for the high priority communities, it's a proposal that was provided other than Pavlograd, Mernograd, and Chervonograd received it, so 2 other communities. But we have some other high priority communities where you have to create to Volynsk, Novovolynsk, 12,000 people, depending on the city budget, 96% dependence from coal mining. So the scope is huge. It has to be expanded, but you have to start with these communities and also respond to the question, what key projects that we have to implement in these communities to work through methodology, etc., etc. So from my side, these are the key topics that I wanted to tell you on this conference, and I'm thankful to the organizers, the DTEK and GSZ, and other colleagues and partners, that it's great that we raised the question of fair transformation of coal mining regions. And it's a very positive dynamic that I see. I have one question. In the first half, most people spoke with numbers. Some said 10 billion, some said 26 billion, some 100 billion, but still, your expectation as a representative of the government or circles, this multi-currency fund in the nearest 3 years, what can people really hope for? From Ukrainian state money or international money? These 10, 20, and 100 billion, what currency? Dollar, euro. So people were very courageous in operating numbers. And many heads of communities are watching this online. So what kind of scope of numbers, like in 2020, 24, 23, So it's what currency, euro, dollar, whatever. There are high priority projects that we can account for, and there are high priority communities, depending on the scope of the first stage. If we outline that in the coal mining industry, it's going to be more communities, so we're talking about one scope of project for the next 3 years. If it's a more gradual transition, a lengthy transition, so it's 2025, 26, that will depend on the number of stages and the number of communities where we'll have the high priority investments. So in terms of structure, economy, growth points, creating one job in the IT sector, that's one cost. Creating a job in production or machine building, that's another cost. If you build another job in the road industry, that's yet another scope of things. So I think we should follow the guidelines of World Bank and go into planning, because that will determine the funding and the scope of funding. Of course, for several few communities, that will be funded from state budget by 2022, separate funding outside of the budget program. So you said 20 plus. What our German colleagues were mentioning, Chernyshov, Vinograd. The government said 8, and you said 20 plus. 20 plus is the list of all the communities. Those are mono economy cities that are more or less depend on coal mining operation. We do not include heat generation here, which also depends on it, but that's a slightly different question. 2 communities that are pilot communities, we work out the methodology, but in general, in different grade of dependence, different economic situation, where it's critical intervention needed, where preparation projects needed, so that we're talking about 8 communities. Okay, more. Are there any questions in the audience to our Deputy Minister? No questions? Then we have another online speaker, a manager of community, Oleksandr Brikalov from Mirnograd, city mayor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm the last one to take the performance. Everyone who is the last is actually the first. I wanted to emphasize that taking the floor as the last one, but the voice of communities, and your position will not be, my position of the last one will be used for the benefit. My name is Oleksandr Brikalov. I am the city mayor in the town of Mirnograd in Donetsk region. Next slide, please. But today, I'm presenting not only my town, but also the platform of sustainable development for coal towns of Donetsk region. Back in May 2019, 6 mono towns of Donetsk region were united to build up the common vision of the fair transition. On our platform, apart from administration, we have 3 local NGOs and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of our region. And as of today, as of 2021, it already is comprised of 9 towns. More about our activity you can find out from our website, the link you see on your screen. What will unite us? For us, the economy of all miners' cities depends on the activity of mines, and their closure in the future will bring to serious negative consequences in many spheres of our communities. And to avoid that, already now, we all together are preparing the fair transformation and working on creating jobs in alternative sectors of economy, working in a way to teach new professions in the educational institutions of our mining towns. We are also working on coming over the negative consequences from the activities of our mines. All of our towns are running into huge ecological challenges connected with burning coal. First of all, it's air pollution. We have a number of towns where coal is used for warming up, for heating, and that is negatively affecting the quality of air. Land deformation, spoil piles. You have to understand how to behave with the mine water. Next slide, please. To facilitate these problems, we on this platform for several years are working on development of specific proposals. First of all, we have the project with the use of renewables, installation of solar stations on roofs of the municipal buildings. We have some technical documentation for 19 projects in 7 towns. Secondly, reusage of coal mining water. This problem is acute for all cities, and we're looking at the following options: to use it for heat generation through installation of heat pumps. And I would like to mention that this is already not an idea. We are already at the point of technical calculations. We have some expert conclusions. This idea was worked on by the Poltavska Polytechnica, and we can say that a huge conclusion from the expert that we're expecting, and we can already start the cost calculation. Apart from that, we're looking at cleaning and using of mine water as a technical water for even potential supplies into the network. Next slide, please. Also, I would like to emphasize a very important process that is underway, and this will influence a lot on counter-fighting ecological challenges. This was supported by 3 international projects by BMZ, USAID, and European Commission. In all of these cities, we're developing a strategy of fair transformation. The finalization of work is due until end of this summer, and we have some strategic goals: 50% regeneration of electricity and 30% of electricity in heat generation from renewable sources of energy, development of alternative water supply, including the usage of mining water, recuperation, technical water, or central water supply, creation of industrial parks in our towns. We understand that there are challenges, there are huge questions where the investor should come to our companies, to our regions in these industrial parks. But we understand that the situation that we have on Donbass, it will not last until forever. So apart from that, we are looking at the possibility of create on our closed mines, industrial museums, some interesting locations for some industrial tourism. Next slide, please. I'm very pleased that finally there has been an official start for a new project. It's in the sector of energy efficiency within the GIZ project, which is called Support of Structural Changes in Core Regions of Ukraine. I'm very pleased that the first pilot partners will be Mirnograd and Chervonograd. On the 8th of July, I was also joined the meeting with the special envoy of Germany. I heard this presentation. We were together on these mines that are planned for closing. They have various situations. Apart from that, during part of the visit, we signed an agreement of cooperation between Chervonograd and Mirnograd territorial communities with the idea of transformation of our towns. And I believe during the next visit there will be the memorandum signed between JZ and Mirnograd. The implementation of the project will be the impetus to create new manufacturing infrastructure changes and transfer to the carbon-free economy. And so the pilots for these towns, that's aspiring, but it's also very much responsibility. I'm very happy to participate in this panel of the conference. We believe that such initiatives give us a great chance to change experience of transformation with our colleagues and to see with the new eyes on your own projects. Many thanks for your great speech. Are there any questions to the chief of the community? No questions? Mr. Mayor, please, could you tell me which are the key projects of development you see in Mirnograd? Do you have any ideas already based on the strategy of the community? Which priority spheres you can see where the state or the regional budget can invest public funds to create new jobs, in which sectors? I would like to mention that the main directions which I noted in my presentation, like usage of recuperation of mine water, it fully coincides with the optimization of heat communications, which we developed jointly with the regional communal company Donetsk Energo. Some 3 years ago, we learned this, what will give the impetus for not to say productions, but the companies who will be giving this service, even this to serve these heat pumps, this equipment. Once again, the second option is the usage of mine waters in the form of technical water, and as an option, even supplies into the central water system. This service is done by the communal company Waters of Donbass, and we can't go separately from the region. You know how difficult it is, the situation with the water supplies, which is connected to the absence of water and connected with the events which is taking place. So it's a good source of alternative water supplies. And once again, why not? Why not in our region? Why not in our towns? Somewhere we have to have specialists who will need to serve this, to repair this equipment that will used for cleaning mine waters. So these are my thoughts, these are my ideas. Once again, we want to preserve, and we are considering now in the profile ministry some options of closing our mine 5-6. We want to preserve that at the horizon of 384. This is one of the lowest points of mines. It will be the eternal water outflow, but we don't want not to pump waters forever. We want to preserve some mining layers that can be used for some industrial tourism and also as a way of some training locations. In any case, we have polytechnicians, including Donetsk polytechnics. It's clear that we will gradually refuse and we will requalify, retrain people, but as a as a learning medium, you can also leave these mines to show people how to. Many thanks, congratulations for becoming a pilot. Wish you success, and with the help of the German colleagues, let's hope you become the example of quality of other transformations of other regions of Ukraine. Colleagues, it's it. We don't have two speakers today. We had Ms. Victoria Grip participating to us. Many thanks to your attention, and let's give a word to our hosts. Let's applaud to our colleagues who worked with us online and offline. Many thanks, Mr. Oleg. This was the last third session. And before we make some summaries, I want to remind you a little bit what we talked about. Today we had 3 sessions. The first session was about the achievements of carbon neutrality and the possibilities for local communities. The second was about the energy transition. And the third session was about the modern fair transformation of the coal regions and possibilities for diversification of economies for the monoprofile cities. We also had high-level panel, and we heard the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Shmyhal, the special envoy of the government of Germany for structural issues in the Ukrainian coal regions, Mr. Stanislav Tiliev, Mr. Vladimir Budinsky, the president of Eurocoal, and Maxim Timchenko, the CEO of the DTEK. To summarize our conference, I would like to invite the advisor to Minister of Regional Policy, Ms. Valentina Moskalenko. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good evening. Many thanks for being with us. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for running such a beautiful event that is finalizing our coal week. I hope that this conference will be a great start of the practical work for transformation of pilot projects and to creation of some new ideas, some new regions. I'm very happy that we have so many international partners today who participate in this conference. We have provided some very effective results, and I wish very good evening to all of you. Ms. Valentina, many thanks to you. And I would also like to invite special envoy, Mr. Stanislav Tiliev. Mr. Stanislav, also please say a few words.
Mr. Vice Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it was a really interesting conference today. And what I realized was that Mr. Timchenko said at the beginning of his speech that the first conference was one which was more technical. There was the beginning of the discussion, what should be happened in Ukraine, how Ukraine could go further with its energy policy, and in this case, more or less with the mining industry. Today, our conference has created some ideas about how the way could be in the future, but what was for me more or less important was there was no discussion about the need to start with a just transition. That is a common sense, I think, a common will to start with a just transition in the private sector as in the public sector too. The second is that everybody said that should be their involvement of the stakeholders. That means there is a necessity to involve so much people as possible to make this process successful. That's for me, I would say, a very important item. And the third one is that everybody said, okay, that will be a process. It wouldn't be to switch off the light or to switch on the light in a moment done. It will take some time. And I wish everybody who will be a stakeholder in this process a lot of power, a lot of ideas to make this process successful. And what we heard, at least from the mayor of Minograd, was that the partners all over the country in Ukraine start to think how this process could be done and how this process could be successful developed. And if Germany and the GZ could be a partner in this process to advise together with the international partners, so we will do it. If we are asked, we will give answers. But at the first, as I said it before today, at first there should be the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian society, which should take the decisions. And where we could help, we will do. Now, will I close my remarks and my summary and to offer the hope that, as Valentina Moskalenko said, I hope that in the 5th conference we could present some first, would say, successful steps in a transition, in a transformation in the touched regions, in the pilot regions. And in this matter, let's start, because a very famous American football player, Yogi, said one time, and he was known for his simple phrases, and one of these phrases was, in theory, there's no difference between theory and reality. But in reality, there is a difference, of course. And in such way, we have to work and to practice that what we have spoken about today to bring it in reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tilley, for your words. And для заключного слова ми запрошуємо міністра.
For the final word in this conference, advisor to the Ministry of Ukraine, Torsten Wallet.
Thank you very much for inviting, and also thank you very much for organizing this conference. It's already the 4th international conference, and I still remember the first one, or even the preparation to the first one, when we discussed who would come. And now we see that everybody comes, whether it's virtual, whether it's physical, and we have seen how the people involved and the engagement is growing. But I would like to thank the team who is organizing this conference and who keeps working on it and who has convinced all the others to join. This is a tremendous success. And we see now that the engagement is growing. And I'm pretty confident when we have the 5th conference that we will see the first result of the work that we have started a couple of years ago. And the importance is that this is a continuous process which also generates trust. And this is very important that we continue generating trust. I still remember when we discussed the first conference and when we had the first meeting with mayors of coal towns, the trust was very, very low. And when you now see the level of discussion and the level of engagement, including from trade unions, from NGOs, from universities, from think tanks, and of course from industry, and first of all DTEK, this is a completely different quality of discussion. So what I think we can achieve is that we get the first results and that we also get partners who are now involved only more or less theoretically. I mean, we have seen all these concepts and the experience international on a practical level. So what I really hope for is that by the next conference, we will also have some concrete examples of investment projects which have already started to be prepared to become bankable with the help of the different initiatives that we had in our conference. And let me finish by one suggestion, because as I remember in all these
conference, I did a suggestion. So for this year, it would be, wouldn't it be good that the universities who are now already going beyond just the pure mining education, they also look into other engineering education to diversify the expertise pool in the regions, to focus also on the other aspects that we have discussed today on the transition. So to combine the technical expertise with the social and economic expertise. So as we have in Germany, for instance, have a kind of specific chair or cafedra for the just transition for the coal regions. Because this kind of expertise is not yet there. And it's absolutely essential to maintain this consensus, to maintain the engagement of all the different parties. And the next generation of experts should look at this in the wider context as we have discussed now. And I still remember we had in Dnipro, at the Polytechnic, we had the first conference, and it was very, very technical. And now I hope that universities like Dnipro or maybe Donetsk Polytechnic University can also broaden the scope to bring all the aspects of the coal regions into their curriculum and to create a new generation of experts who help the coal regions to transform successfully. And of course, I'm absolutely happy that we have great partners like Stanislav Tillich with us. And we have also other EU member states who are engaging like Poland. And I think this is really the way to success because we have all this experience in the EU and we are absolutely happy to help, to share and to develop this jointly. And of course, I shouldn't forget this, we have the European platform for coal regions and transition. And of course, everybody in Ukraine is happy to, or is invited to participate, to share directly also with the regions. What we have set up is there to help, but it's not replacing your direct contact with your counterparts in the coal regions of the different parts of the European Union. So thank you very much. I hope the team will continue to work on this very successful pathway, and we will be happy to be part of this exercise. Thank you. Дуже дякую. Спасибо.
Дякую, пане Торстене. Шановні учасники, на цьому...
So, dear participants, this concludes our fourth International Coal Cooperation. We would like to thank you for a fruitful work. We're confident that your experience, the plethora of knowledge and skills will help our country, and the coal mining communities will help and facilitate fair transition. Thank you, everybody, for cooperation.